Hey, sir.
Afternoon.
Good to see you.
I had something for you. I take this before. So down here. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Folks, we've got a little over 10 minutes before we're going to get started. We've got these sitting as you come in, and I'm sure Mason's probably got some more. It's a card that'll give you an opportunity to speak. Everybody's got a right to speak, so this is not holding anyone back. But for my purposes, it identifies you, helps me, and I would appreciate it. It also gives me an idea what you're going to talk about, because we're going to stay on point tonight. But if you would, fill one out, please. They're right there. They're right there where the reverend is. And make sure that it comes up to Mason, and then we'll have a chance to call on you.
That's when he gets a scratchy voice today. Oh, Lord. I knew it wasn't out here. My mom was at work sick. She said she took their COVID test. I said, if you come in here. I was just around it yesterday. If you come in here, she sounds just like me. Sounds just like me. She said she's taking drinking, and they're on me. She said she went to the doctor and she's got a sinus infection. Yep, they're on it.
I can read the reports if I need to.
Well, I talked to Robbie about it. So I'll do his report. I'm not really just gonna highlight a couple items that I noted on it.
I am well. Much better. Good to be seen. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, which I can read any of them that you need me to read.
You go right on.
Evening, sir. How's Mark?
I'll do that.
Good. Good. Now, is he already active with the campaign?
That's first.
Right.
There's the planning.
Oh, he's not working on the campaign right now? Oh, he is?
And there's the planning.
Okay.
Project, so
Okay. Well, good. Be interesting. Yeah. Always a pleasure.
Support you.
so you're gonna take this. Cool.
Sir, how are you?
Doing good. How are you? I'd rather be outside.
I was outside all day
It was a beautiful
in the
day
sun. It wasn't as hot as I thought it would be.
I'm muggy either. It
We
was
were down
nice.
at a lacrosse event all morning, and we started at 8 this morning, and it could have been worse. I prepared for worse. So
Yesterday was the worst.
yeah, it was like couldn't breathe yesterday.
I was in Orlando. Man, it was just sweat was just pouring out of me. It wasn't even dripping. It was pouring.
Yeah, even at night, like going out like 8 o'clock at night, it's still hot.
So hot.
Much better. Much better. son. Huh? Mike, just bring it up here. Just bring it over here.
Oh, no.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a cynic. You want the cover too, huh? I don't need anything in here probably.
So, the attorney did some research on all that, but I've talked to the ABC guy, and it is their general practice not to put it near school or anything else.
Gilbert County may not be 1,000 feet, but that's not an option.
So, but yeah, it's not.
1,000 feet's not much is the problem.
Yeah, it's not.
But it's actually from the property line, not just the building.
I really think that's not gonna be a problem. I kind of have an idea, but, and it's not more close to a school or a church. It's not my favorite location either, just from a financial standpoint, but, but yeah, it's up to them to look at land and they're not gonna jump into something that's gonna be a fire. But they do have to, and I don't know the process, they do have to go through an approval process on their end with the city and something else.
You, sir.
But, he's assured me that they're not gonna jump in that fire, so.
You, sir, are quite the
And if you look at
wordsmith.
where they put the rest of them.
You, sir, are
they
quite the
end up
wordsmith.
Near there, so.
So not too much my call. I did pass one being built, one already being built on the way out.
Where?
GTCC.
Oh, and that
On
is.
68?
Yeah, right there, the sheets.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's in
that's-
Greensboro.
Yeah,
It's in
that's the
Greensboro, isn't
city.
it?
Or is that High Point? That may be High Point.
No, it's Greensboro. High Point stops at I-40.
Or could it be Kernersville too?
Nah,
Yeah, Kernersville has one
right
at
there on
Oak Ridge.
68.
Kernersville has one at Oak Ridge. That's a Kern, that's a.
Well, it's actually Winston-Salem, but
Yeah, but yeah, that's why you see some, cause I had the same question, why you see so many on 68? Cause there's that one, there's one near.
there's one, that's odd, because there's one just right across 40. It's new built.
Yeah, and there's one on the left in the shopping center right there too.
Let's see.
No, it's closed, isn't it?
GTCC.
It's about 68?
Yeah, where the
Yeah,
tire
it's
rest-
closed. They built the new one across
Oh,
the 68.
I didn't realize they had closed
I'm
that.
old and slow.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I have been standing up and saying all day long, for some reason our school system, like Kamal Harris, politically dead. One of the
Hey, bro.
high schools today.
I hate we're gonna miss it. I just wanna- Hopefully the
Standing
wife,
outside with the flag.
Hey Justin. Going.
hopefully the wife will take note.
Here. Same as you.
To start. Young Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Let's go do our invocation.
Oh, great.
There he is.
All right. That's super.
Chuckles?
Mr. Winfrey.
Is there any
Good to
other
see you, sir.
I need to know about?
No, just, it's just, this is just, it's a powder keg, you know, I mean, I have a feeling, we're getting so, I get the calls I've gotten, I'm sure they're not residents, I'm sure they're not voters. Now, how do you take that? I mean, I want everybody to have an influence, but
No, that's, welcome to the ball game. Having fun yet? You got in this for $5. I remember some comment you made
kill
about
that.
that.
still, he's still on the list. Question is, are we gonna do it again? Huh?
I'm hoping for maybe a motion to unincorporate.
Oh, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah, I thought I had to,
Just wanna make sure that.
Had to stretch my-
Just wanna make sure I ratify or
I had to
wanna make sure I was right on that.
improvise.
You doing, Chuck? Living the dream.
Peanut butter.
You want one? Yeah, you want a cup? Okay.
Mine, are you keeping it?
You ain't hiking this week.
Gotta get my weekali at work. Finally started a little bit. I'm about to work.
I can't get it anymore because my insurance paid.
Did you bring your set of encyclopedias too?
Yeah, they're in the car. Yeah, I don't wanna rely on that.
Do you have the book Land Use Law in North Carolina by David Owens?
I think I do.
That's a
Yeah,
good
from
book.
the Institute of Government. Yeah, I think I got that in the,
Quasi Judicial Handbook and there's another one that's like the 160D handbook.
yeah, I've got that, and I've got the, when dealing with utilities. That's,
Yeah, sounds like my book.
yeah, so. Make sure I'm not. Oh, I forgot we had that on the website too.
Hopefully that'll be quick. I had a couple questions about it, but I answered it, so we'll see. Perfect.
Oh, okay. Mike, it's about time.
Yeah, just about.
Hold on one second.
Curious.
One second.
Folks, let me say again, these are some ID cards, basically. They're a reminder to me that you want to speak. Everyone's entitled to speak, and we're not going to try to hold anybody back. But if you'd be kind enough to fill one out, they're right here, just as you come in the doorway. And Mason may have some also. But it gives me your name, gives me an idea what you want to talk about. We're going to stay on point tonight. We don't know how involved this is going to be, but we're going to stay on point and not get off the beaten path by any means. But they're right here. If you want to speak, please fill one out, and I guarantee you'll get recognized. Without it, we'll see what happens, okay? Welcome, folks. It is 7 p.m. on July the 11th, 2024, and I call this meeting to order. This is a regular council meeting of Stokesdale's Town Council, Stokesdale, North Carolina's Town Council. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Right Reverend Jerry Walker is going to do our invocation, sir, if you would.
Our Father, as we come to you in prayer tonight, we love Stokesdale, love America, and we know that you hear and answer prayer. And I pray for these men tonight in the decision or decisions that they'll be making, that it would be, first of all, what you'd want, and secondly, what would be best for Stokesdale. And may your blessings be on this meeting. Bless each one of these men and just take care of them and help everything to go the way it should for your glory. And we'll remember to give you the praise, honor, and glory. We ask it in Christ's name. Amen.
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 We're going to review and adopt the agenda. I understand Mr. Rigsby has an amendment, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir. I would like to amend just the wording on item number 10, since it was it was carried over from the last meeting, and since that, Mr. Winfrey has discovered some clarifying information that kind of negates the title, the wording. So what I'd like to do is amend it to consider consider ratifying the action of the Town Council of 2017 to negotiate an agreement with the ABC Board of Greensboro.
talking about ratifying it tonight?
Ratifying the decision that was made in 2017. So just to ratify, we're not entering any contracts or anything like that, just to ratify the decision that was voted on or that came out of the meeting in 2017 to move forward with the negotiations. So, Mr. Winfrey can clarify, but, I think we've just established that a vote is no longer needed. So that's kind of just changing the language.
Any objection? Okay, I make a motion that, I'm sorry.
Excuse me a second. Well, I got two issues, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Winfrey, did you send council recent legal advice about this? The council needed to ratify that previous decision. I thought that decision had expired the way I interpreted the one email I got from you.
No, that 27, you're talking about the 2017 motion to?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that had not expired, but I just said that because the board had changed since then, before we embarked on negotiations, that it would be good for the board to decide either to ratify or rescind that action.
Well, what are we ratifying? I don't have anything to see that, I mean.
We're just ratifying what the town council in 2017 authorized the town to negotiate an agreement with the Greensboro ABC board. And so the question is that still what the board wants to do, or does the board want to rescind that action and not negotiate a decision with the ABC board? So we're simply ratifying what was done earlier in the March 2017 board meeting, if it passes.
I mean, I'm not gonna object to somebody putting an agenda item on, even if I disagree with it, but, so, I guess we can have the discussion.
Well, and I guess my concern was the agenda item as it's written is really out of order because there's already been a referendum. So there's no point in, the agenda item as it reads calls for us to ask for another referendum, and that's not really what was intended, I don't believe.
Mr. Winfrey, I voted on that motion way back when, and it had been my understanding that due to the passage of time and due to the fact that the Greensboro ABC Board didn't accept Stokesdale's application, that it had been voided.
That's not my understanding from from my reading of the statute or from my communication with the ABC Board.
Okay, that's fine. You've been to law school, and I certainly have not.
But you played one on TV.
Or here, I guess.
I mean, we can talk about it when the agenda item comes up. I'm not gonna
Sir.
block somebody's agenda item.
Nor do I want to either. All right.
And again, it's just more to clear up the language, so everybody, again, we're not talking about a vote, we're not talking about putting it on the ballot any longer, because it's not necessary. That's basically what we're saying here, so.
I make a motion that we adopt the agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I know you're ready to roll. Pursuant to this item number 10, I have had a number of citizens approach me that are interested in speaking on this subject. And we have 2 public comments periods, but I want to know if the chair would allow this for, some reasonable period of time and, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever that may be, such that those individuals don't have to fill up the public comment period. So that's what I'd like clarification on.
Yes, I will be lenient here. As I said, we'll give everyone a chance to speak. Again, I would ask that you fill out one of these cards if you want to speak. But yes, I intend to be sure that we have time. But we will stay on point. That being that we're not going to get off track. We're going to talk about this particular ratification and whatever it is with the ABC board.
Mr. Barrett, no disrespect to you or anything, but if people have time to speak, they ought to be able to speak however they want to speak. I mean, it's not up to us to decide what's on point and what's not. So I would love for them to just get their time and speak. I mean, they don't have any idea what on point's going to be. It's gonna be their point.
If they don't, they're certainly free to speak during our public comment period. I just thought it might be more organized if we waited to receive their comments while the discussion for agenda item number 10 was before the council. Just want to make sure they have the opportunity to voice their, whatever concerns they may have.
I stand corrected, Mr. Landreth. Yes, we will allow time for all citizens to speak. That's what this is about. That's why we have these things monthly, and we greatly appreciate the turnout we've got here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly. Okay, let's try again. I make a motion that we adopt the agenda of July the 11th, 2024.
I'll second.
Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy. Aye. Mr. Landreth.
Aye.
And Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And I am also aye. Review and adopt the following minutes. The minutes for March 14th, 2024, Board of Adjustment meetings. I make a motion that we adopt those minutes.
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I think there was a slight amendment to that circulated brief for the meeting, and the only change to those minutes was that we made it clear that at the beginning of that hearing that I had explained to the parties the rules as it relates to variances, and that an 80% or 4/5 majority was going to be required.
Well, Mr. Winfrey, I would like to have one of the clerks read that into the record since it's being inserted, and it did go out on the airwaves when our documents were sent out on the sunshine list. And that would be the sentence beginning with Attorney Winfrey.
It reads, Attorney Winfrey reviewed for the board, the parties, and those present the rules as they apply to the hearing, and also the need for 4 affirmative votes for approval.
And that's page 2 of 14, following the paragraph ending from the northern property line. Okay, thank you.
Again, I forward my motion to adopt the minutes of the the Board of Adjustment, the minutes for March the 14th, 2024.
And I'll keep my second with the comment. Just wanted to, so I've reviewed these minutes. I also want to send my compliments to staff and Mason. 14 pages, I know this Board of Adjustments, they require a lot more detail by law, and I appreciate the work that and the effort that was put into that. I know that was more than normal, so thank you.
We have a motion, we have a second, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And I am also aye. I make a motion that we adopt the regular town council meeting minutes for April 11th, 2024.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask for a one-word correction that I think can be inserted after the meeting, but certainly if anybody wants to hold up the minutes for this, I'm certainly all for that. On page 4, the second paragraph, there's a sentence begins with Councilman Jones asked to receive direction from his fellow council members on this. That is not what I said. Councilman Jones asked for collaboration from his fellow council members on this. This is important to this council member. I know what I was trying to do, and I know what I said.
And these are in those minutes,
I'm requesting this change, yeah.
in those minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
So you want
So
direction?
do you accept the amendment to the motion to add that, or to correct that one word?
You tracking with me, Mr. Winfrey? Got 2 Mr. Winfreys tonight. I'll get this fouled up.
And that's on page 4, number 8, the first sentence. Is that what we're talking about?
It is. So with Tim's comment, Mike, are you good with that change? that
I have
Tim
no
specified?
problem.
Okay. All right.
Okay, without objection. Again, I have made a motion to adopt. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, sir.
All right. Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Huh?
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I too am aye. Make a motion that we adopt the special call town council meeting. This is budget workshop for May 7th, 2024.
Second the motion.
Any discussion?
No, sir.
Even though I've been absent, I might add, Kim, you and Derek have done a fine job with the budget.
That was all Kim.
All Kim?
Yeah,
You don't want to take any credit, okay?
I just voted.
Okay,
She did a fantastic job, though.
all right. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Huh?
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I too am aye. Our Stokesdale Fire District, I believe our chief's here, president and accounted for.
Yes, sir. Good evening, citizens and council.
Good evening, Tom.
So we finished up our year, obviously, last day of June covers our fiscal year, with 74 calls. Of those, 35 were medical related, 7 fire related, and 32 other. Last year, we ran, actually was a record year for us. We ran 1,101 calls out of our single station here in what was always considered our small town. So obviously, we're seeing the effects of growth as all public safety is out here. But with that, I wanted to touch base on something that some of you in here will remember. I know I do. When we were in school, we used to have a fire prevention officer that came, and every year, one of our things was everybody done a home escape plan, okay? You kind of take that for granted, but it's actually very important for several reasons. And I just wanted to touch base with that for just a few minutes and remind you, take the time to do it. Have multiple ways out of your house in case you do have a fire or something, smoke, whatever, so that you know how to get out. Your children know how to get out. And if all your bedrooms are on an upper level, which is something we see now more in our town, our fire district, than we've ever seen, and that's multi-story homes. That's very important. It's bad enough you wake up to a smoke detector going off and it's smoke or something like that, but then figuring out, how am I gonna get out? That's the first thing. If you're on a second story, you're going, oh my goodness, I'm up high. So make plans for that. They have things like the rope ladders. I know everybody's seen that you can throw out a second story window, those type things. If you have those, please make sure you're familiar with how to use them and your children are familiar with how to use them. Don't wait till you need it to try to learn how to use it. That's a bad time to do that when you're in need of something. We always encourage everybody, get out of the house, call 911 once you're outside, okay? We encourage everybody to go to a meeting place, have a designated meeting place, and that's really important to us for several reasons. Number one, if it's in the middle of the night, accountability for us. It makes a big difference if we know it's just a fire or if we have a rescue involved, if there's somebody left in the house that we need to go in and effect a rescue on. Very important to us. The other thing is it keeps everybody in one place, like I said, for accountability, but don't go back in the house. You know, we really, really preach that, and I know that we all sit here and we have families, and you're thinking, right, you know, if I've got a loved one in there, but you have to understand that's our recommendation. Now, I'm not telling you what to do and how to do it because I would probably react differently with my family member too. But we tell you that from the safety standpoint. You don't think much about that. But one of the things we've learned is children retain a lot, and especially if they practice it and go through it. So if you've got even teenage children, you know, we get to that certain age and we're like, hey, we got this. We'll be okay if we have a fire or something. But until you've been in something like that, you have no clue how you'll react. So just a tip for the month. Thank you very much.
Todd, I've got a question.
Yes,
If you've got a stairwell fire to the second floor.
Yes.
Do you have a recommendation on the best way? Is there a better escape ladder? I'm not, you know, I'm too old to be climbing ladders.
Yeah, so we don't really get into recommending particular brand of ladder and all, because should it fail, I don't want you to come back. First of all, I'd feel horrible if that happened, because you never know. They're man-made products, so something could fail. The big thing I can tell you on a stairwell fire and all, if you remember back last year, we talked about shutting doors behind you. Any time you've got the fire behind you, you can shut a door and put that barrier between you and the fire or what's going on. You buy yourself time, you're that much better off. Obviously, you can open a window if you're in a second story or something and holler to us, because at that point, the fire becomes secondary. We can replace houses, lives you cannot. So that's how we take a look at that.
Chief, if you got somebody in your household that might be disabled.
Yes.
Is there some sticker that y'all might have available to go on the front window, the front door? Is any standardized way of doing that?
Yes, a long time ago, if you remember, there used to be a reflective patch that went on the windows. It was called tot finders, right? And you could use it for children. You could use it for people who may have disabilities that would have problems getting out. And I hate to say this, but years and years ago, one of the reasons that we went away from that was that how can I say this? Probably some.
Nobody's listening, it's just us.
Folks that didn't need to know where children may be staying could put two and two together and say, okay, that marks a window where a child may be staying. So we got away from that. Now, the one thing you can do is you can give us a call at the fire station, or we'll come out and meet with you. I have the ability to call 911, excuse me, the dispatch center, and I can have them set that address up, and they can give us notes. We can be so specific to say front door to the left, second door to the left, there's a wheelchair-bound person, and they will give us that information while we're en route to the call. Okay. And we highly suggest that, and,
You still have available those pretty red signs with the house numbers that citizens can purchase?
Yes, sir, we do. And we encourage those, not because, we don't make a dime off of them. The ladies auxiliary, that's just a project, or I should say the auxiliary now. That's a project that they carry on yearly. And basically, it's just to help the community. It's kind of a break-even thing for them, but it helps the department. It helps fire as well as police and EMS. Because as you know, sometimes, and I realize that the county's got standards about placing numbers on the house, and I know the county planner's here tonight, so I don't mean this bad, but in the fog, 60 foot off the road, it's kind of hard to tell what the house number is. So a lot of folks will get them and put them at the edge of the driveway, and especially if they have a mailbox. So yes, that is a big plus for all public safety.
And those are available through you or the auxiliary?
Yes, excuse me, you can call the department, and just, we'll take the order on the phone, take your information and everything, and get it, we put them together right there at the station.
Great. Is there anything else?
That's it.
We thank you very
Yes, sir.
much.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
This is pretty brief. Mason, you're welcome to do it, or I'll do it, either one.
So the Guilford County Sheriff's Report from Sergeant Ryan Seals. For the month of June, the Sheriff's Office responded to a total of 173 calls for service in Stokesdale town limits and took 24 case reports. And of note, there were 2 residential burglary cases for the month. One occurred on June 20th in the 8300 block of Patricia Drive, and a second on June 23rd in the 8700 block of Bellews Creek Road. And both remain under investigation. And the calls by type, 2 burglary residential, 1 disturbance, 25 alarm, 3 alcohol, 1 assault, 8 domestic, 5 weapons offense, 2 fraud, 1 missing person, 3 accident, 72 other, 18 suspicious, 2 vandalism, 3 theft, 4 trespassing, and 23 traffic.
Thank you. Administrative reports. Mason, are you prepared to give us our Dale? Ms. Ms. Martin is going to give us our administrative. By the way, welcome this evening.
Thank you. It's a tag team effort tonight, so bear with us. Mr. Wagner is sick, those that don't know, so we're standing in for him today.
There's too much vacation. I think we just ought to cut it out.
He put your administrative report in your packet, so I'm not going to read it for you, but there were just a couple of things that we wanted to highlight. Two things that he had left off the report he wanted to mention was the AT&T. You all approved a contract with him recently, and he's been in contact with them and expects to see some work begin sometime this month. So we should be getting some lines installed on that. Also, Mr. Winfrey and I have trained him on issuing your HubSco report that's required every quarter. So we have done that this month also. The other thing I wanted to highlight was the code of ordinance book. Mr. Wagner and I both met with two vendors. There's 3 vendors that we're working with to prepare both your code and to help us update the development ordinance. We have met with 2 vendors, one in code and also with American Legal. Municipal Code is the vendor that the town has used in the past, and we will be receiving a proposal from them as well. We have 2 proposals and expect a third one. Robbie and I will go through those once we get them and compare everything and hope to have something for you all to look at in August. Took all your ordinances from the ordinance book that was here before I arrived, put all those in a Word format. I have taken the book that I prepared, so we should be up to date with all the ordinances that are in the book. Up to date in Word formats. All that has been sent to all 3 of the vendors. And then we'll be moving forward with that project. Hopefully have something for you in August. Give you some time to look at it. And of course, the attorneys, there's attorney for each of those organizations. And then I'm sure Mr. Winfrey will want to be involved with that as well. So see the light at the end of the tunnel on that project. So hopefully at least by the end of the year, we'll have something in hand.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
If there's any other item you have a question on, I'll be glad to try to answer or.
So we now have an electronic copy of these ordinances, is that correct?
Yes and no. It's all in a Word document, but it is not organized in a searchable fashion at this point. What I did was scan all of the ordinances that's in the books, or if they were already in a Word format, and just put them in one large document. And then we'll need somebody with a lot more expertise than I have, legal background and that sort of thing, that will have to help us organize it. But it is in a Word document. Yeah, you could do a word search with it, but it's not organized in a typical ordinance book fashion at this point.
Thank you.
Glad to answer any questions I have. You have.
I have a question. It's actually for Justin. Does Guilford County use any of those platforms that Ms. Martin mentioned?
Yeah, we use Encode. It's extremely user-friendly, and it also gives you the ability to cross-reference with various plans. So your thoroughfare and collector plan could be uploaded, your long-range plans could be uploaded, Guilford County's plans could be uploaded, and you can search through those as well. It also gives any administrative staff the ability to make certain changes and give permissions to other people to make changes and things like that. So I find it very user-friendly in general.
Good.
And their customer service is extremely good.
Are you familiar with Municode, who we use now? How would you compare it to them if you want to?
Municode.
Okay,
and
fair enough.
Municode has gone through a lot of changes. They used to be the top in the industry, but sadly, a lot of their founding members have all retired now.
Gotcha.
And there's unfortunately, a lot of cities that have pulled away from them, so.
Okay. Thank you for those efforts, Ms. Martin.
Planning Board?
So the Stokesdale Planning Board held its regular meeting on June 27th, 2024. And at this particular meeting, the Planning Board's agenda contained the following public hearing item. The public hearing to consider adoption of the proposed thoroughfare and collector's street plan as prepared and adopted by the Greensboro Urban Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, and subsequently amending the town of Stokesdale's future land use plan. And the following recommendation was submitted by the planning board. Chairman Chris Sumner made a motion to adopt the proposed thoroughfare and collector street plan as written and recommended the proposal to town council. And T. Stevenson seconded the motion, and the motion was carried 5-0.
The property committee, Mr. Rigsby, do we have anything?
I don't personally, but I would love to ask T. Stevenson to give us a report on the park project. I know we were installing benches. I just had begun installing the benches at the last meeting, so I was going to see if Mr. Stevenson could give us an update on those.
Well, that's next on our agenda.
That's next on our
Okay.
agenda, so it kills two birds with one stone.
How about that? Okay. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Rigsby. Quick update on the benches and the trash cans and bicycle racks have all been completed. The installation is completed. They are going to come out and do a little touch-up paint because during the installation process, some of the paint chipped off of that, so they'll be out in the next few days to take care of that. So with that, the playgrounds, in addition to the benches and the trash receptacles, there were mats installed in some key wear areas in the new playground equipment, and those have all been installed and in place. One was damaged, so they are going to replace that free of charge, and that'll be forthcoming as soon as that's received. So with that, those two projects with regard to the basketball, pickleball courts and the playground, all of those have been completed at this point. You know, any additional recommendations with signage or any of that kind of additional accessories, we're certainly open to those suggestions as they come up. Quick update on the nature trail. As you know, the Boy Scout troop is working on an Eagle project to complete the nature trail around the park. As of July the 9th, the update includes that they have about 75 yards still to complete in the western part of the trail. They are going to be using some chainsaws and that kind of thing to take down some overhanging trees that are on the trail. They'll be putting some additional mulch down and then be adding some signage, and then they will also be installing some 4x4 posts on the trail at the entrances so that that will prevent any unauthorized use of motorized vehicles and that type of thing there. So anticipate another couple of weeks for completion of those nature trails. The Park Improvement Committee continues to meet. It's sporadic now due to the completion of some of the projects, but the next meeting is scheduled for July the 18th, which is next Thursday in this room at 5:15. These meetings are public, so everybody that would like to is welcome to attend. We will, at the next one, continue to consider a couple of other ongoing projects. One is improving the security, especially in the area of the basketball and pickleball courts, with regard to the possibility of installing some additional cameras. We're looking at variable, more cost-effective, viable options in that regard. And then we are looking at the possibility of adding some additional parking across from those basketball and pickleball courts. As we have noticed, cars are being parked there periodically anyway. We may as well put a designated area to try to limit some of the erosion on the ground there and certainly impact to the watershed. Again, next meeting is next Thursday. Anybody's welcome. Do I have any questions?
Yes. Has the committee looked at the possibility of trimming back the trees that are around the playground area? Is that, to give us more room there between the trees and the actual playground equipment?
We have not per se as a specific item. We can certainly take that up. I can add that to our agenda next week. We can discuss that. You're looking more of a just a wider zone separating the playground from the wooded area?
Well, yeah, I'd like to have, I think it might be of benefit to have a little more open space there. We're not experiencing, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not experiencing varmints or anything like that in the area, but I don't want to encourage it either.
Certainly.
And, you know, we don't want to be down at Mr. Foy's either, so with
Oh,
that
and-
in mind.
And we have entertained a recommendation to consider fencing that area as well, so we can incorporate that in our discussions and see what's the best
Okay.
feasibility there.
All right, good, very good. That's my question.
If I can follow up, if you don't mind, I spoke to the mother of the scout that's leading the Eagle Scout project recently, and she did address, and I wanted to get with the clerks on this as well, about someone riding a four-wheeler through the project and apparently through the park. So if we could kind of look into that and see if we can identify that person. It sounds like it's just one person, but what I'm afraid of is eventually he'll find his way onto the soccer fields. So we
As
just,
they have in the past.
yeah, so we just need to, that was brought up as a concern from her. And she also mentioned that they were looking at doing a community work day. And I thought she was going to reach out to the clerks, but maybe she hasn't. I know they're at camp this week, so maybe that's why we haven't heard from her. But they were talking about doing a community work day and possibly getting some other civic organizations involved if they wanted to volunteer. So just in case you hear from, or it's on the agenda.
T, do you have kind of a progress report as to where they are? How far away from completion from Andrew and the staff, or
Yeah.
Andrew and his fellow scouts?
He updated me this week and said that they've got about 75 yards left to complete on the western section, which is going, part of the trail incorporates the existing trail, but where it goes back into the western side, they've got about 75 yards still to do in that. And upon completion of that, they'll be doing some signage and then putting some additional mulch down. And as I mentioned, they'll be installing some 4x4 posts to help prevent what Mr. Rigsby was discussing with the use of four-wheelers and other unauthorized type vehicles. And of course, talking with Chief Galden here as well, we want to make sure at the same time, though, that we have viable access in case of emergency as well. If there is any injury, we need to have access that, what type of emergency equipment would be available to go on those trails too. So we'll be working with them to establish those as well.
They've done a remarkable job. My son and I have walked this trail over here, not the one back here yet, but I know that one's going to be really cool. It's got a significant grade change, and then that creek that's down there. It's really pretty. So glad to have those.
Yep, very good. Anything else?
Anything else for Mr. Stevenson?
Thank you, T.
Great, thank you.
Administrative reports, town clerk, Robbie. Whoops, sorry, backing up. Financial reports. We don't need to rehash that, do we? Financial reports. Town finance, the budget officer, Ms. Kimberly Thacker.
Yeah, that'll work. All right, good evening.
Good evening.
We will start with the general fund, and I will be brief tonight. I won't go line by line as usual. For the general fund, our CDARS are, the balance is $2,698,668.16. Our operating account, Fidelity checking account, is $554,475.25. Our total bank accounts with Bank of Oak Ridge, Fidelity, and Fidelity Bank is $3,582,886.47. The interest for the month of June for the general fund received $8,755.40. That brings our total year-to-date to $99,331.70. Our shared overhead reimbursed expense for the month of June is $9,590.38. For the total year-to-date, shared overhead expense reimbursed is $142,505.
Our sales tax receivable is $6,375.25. And that is for the general fund. Moving on to the water enterprise account. Our total CDRs for the balance is $527,202.05. The capital reserve fund account balance is $128,391.97. The operating account for Fidelity Water Enterprise is $1,330,087.27. The North Carolina Capital Management Trust Fund is $572,101.54. Our regular savings is $45,070.57. The total current assets for bank accounts is $2,602,853.41. Our interest for the month of June for the water enterprise account is $3,300. Our total year-to-date is $49,900. The capacity fees that were received for the month of June is $6,000. The total year-to-date is $54,000. Our sales tax receivable for total year-to-date for the water enterprise account is $639.60. The accounts receivable, and this includes the June billing, is $27,880.74. And our, same as usual, 24 accounts that are inactive accounts over 90 days plus is $6,114.63, which I think is on the agenda to discuss later. Our total accounts payable for the water enterprise account is $10,187.20. And the total operator responsible in charge for the year-to-date that is reimbursed back to the general fund is $7,858.43. And that's all that I have, unless anyone has any questions.
Do you want to, did you cover the water?
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting there. All right, we're going to go for public comments. And again, if you'd like to speak, we'd like for you to fill out one of these cards and let me have it up here. It'll just kind of help me keep track of who's speaking and what we're talking about. Reverend Walker, I believe you want to speak. If you would, step up to our podium. Just simply identify yourself, if you would, with name and address.
Okay. Jerry Walker, 8308 McCrory Road, here in Stokesdale. And I want to say in the very beginning, I've been very pleased with the job that you men have done, and since you've been elected, and I've had the privilege over the years of being with several mayors and different councilmen and women, and I guess due to old age or some other excuse, I've not been as active in doing that. But my purpose for speaking tonight is the situation with the ABC store. And I don't know exactly what I'm talking about for this reason. I do know that you have to vote to, I suppose, petition the board of the ABC store for this to continue. And I know it was voted on, I believe in 2017, I'm not sure of the year, that ABC store passed along with the liquor, but I'm not sure what year that was. But I know it has come up again in this way. They want you to vote on whether to petition the board to continue, the ABC board to continue with the ABC store. And I may not have the reason right, but I know you men are supposed to vote tonight on whether that would move forward or not. And if you don't vote for it, it will die. And if you do vote for it, the ABC store would consider relocating next to Dollar General across the street from the Stokesdale Christian Church. So here's my concern. Of course, I was active against that years ago. And I want to say right off, this is not a negative thing. I love Stokesdale and I love America. And whatever you men decide, I'll still back and support you in every way I can. I'm not in here to say if you don't do this, I'll vote it. None of that at all. I'm for you. I appreciate the job you've done. But I do want to say what's on my heart and mind tonight. Over 30 years ago, my wife and family moved to Stokesdale. We'd never heard of Stokesdale except just a few weeks prior to that when I got a call to try out at Oak Level Baptist Church. And we realized immediately we still had 2 sons at home and one that was married and moved out, of course. And we realized right off it's a good place to raise a family. There's no doubt. I don't know of a better place in America than Stokesdale to bring up a family. And some years ago now, it was voted the best place in North Carolina to live, if you remember that in the Northwest Observer some time back. A citizen and a church member, W.T. Falk, lived to be 99. Some of you know him. I hadn't been here very long, and W.T. Falk said, "Preacher, after you've been here a while, you won't want to live anywhere else but Stokesdale." And I found that to be true. We love it here. And when I do retire, if I ever get old enough, I want to live in Stokesdale. And so again, on this vote, it's not a mean thing or a hateful thing. I'm going to back and support you and do what I can to be a help to you. But I do want to consider, I want my concern considered tonight that I feel is important. Over 500 new homes, the last report I got, are being built in the area, and maybe more than that now. And people are moving out of the larger cities to a good family-oriented community. They're getting away from some of the things that's in the bigger cities, moving in our community because they want to get away from some of those things. And many will say, well, we need the revenue. And I listened to the financial report a little bit ago. I'm not sure we do need, we're pinched to have that revenue. But why would we ever make a decision anyway based on revenue? Because there's family-oriented community, there's churches and schools and family and so on that we need to be top of our concern, of course. And what other possible positive reason could an ABC store bring to Stokesdale other than revenue? What other area at all? Is there another place that we could say, oh, this would be a major help to Stokesdale? Will it help our children? Will it increase our church attendance? You know, we try to help anybody that comes with need rent or food or whatever, and of course we support Stokesdale being able to supply the food to the different families, but we get a lot of people calling. And think of the children, schools, daycares, churches, and safety. Now, one thing we'll probably hear from some of these other speakers is availability. They won't be on the road driving to another ABC store. It's a proven fact that availability increases alcohol consumption, and I know you probably already know that. Now, I know it's already voted for, and we know Town Hall has to vote to petition the board or something. I'm not sure what that is, or it will not go through. Now we'll hear this, moderate drinkers. What's wrong with taking a drink? Well, I'm not a moderate drinker. I'm a pastor, and whether you drink moderately or not, that's not what this is about. where 5 of you may be a moderate drinker, there'll be 10 that can't control it at all. And using rent and food and everything else to exist and get by. I would ask you to do this. In my opinion, a vote for an ABC store is a vote against a family-oriented community. And I'll help our community any way I can, whether you vote on an ABC store or not. Until I'm too old to do any different, I'm 79, been pastoring over 50 years. Until I'm too old to not do it anymore, I will keep on doing whatever I can to help Stokesdale community. But in my opinion, an ABC store does not help this community at all. And I'd appreciate it tonight if you men would help keep our area a family-oriented community by voting against the ABC store. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Logan.
Thank you for what you do. Michael Logan, 5202 Ramblin' Road, Greensboro, right behind Northwest High School. For me to drive out here today, I got on 68. I rode by the new GTCC facility. There's a sign there that says ABC store coming soon. I rode through Oak Ridge. If I wanted to stop ABC store, I could stop at Oak Ridge. I could go into the ABC store. And that's 2 ABC stores on the way out here. It's not that far of a drive out here. It's actually a very pleasant drive out here. Now, having an ABC store within Stokesdale, if it will limit people from having to drive to Oak Ridge or having to drive all the way to Sheets on 68, then you need to be really concerned about placing ABC store within Stokesdale. Because you may have people that have alcohol problems if there is a concern of them driving that far to get to an ABC store. And I think that should be taken into consideration. If it is for just the availability of it. If I wanted to go get a drink, I could go to the Byrock. You go up there and they have beer, wine. I can go to Stoke Ridge Tavern in Stokesdale if I wanted to get a drink. It is not that it is not allowed. There just isn't an ABC store. And if the concern is that someone has an alcohol problem and they may have to drive all the way to Oak Ridge, then you're being an enabler. Now, I do understand the financial concerns and benefits of it, because I do understand Stokesdale has denied their sales tax. And I think everybody should be writing the county commissioners, because we just put a 1/4 cent sales tax increase that will be on the ballot with our county commissioners. And for Stokesdale to support that initiative, they should provide Stokesdale their share of the sales tax. So everything's in a big picture, and I do understand the revenue, but if you have to do that for the revenue, you should think long and hard about it. So, thank you.
Miss Eileen Theory?
I'm sorry about my handwriting. The way I walked, it looks like I just came out of the ABC store. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, good evening, everybody. And I want to thank all of you because I have been coming to the meetings. Patty can vouch for me for many years. And you guys all work together, even when you have a difference of opinion. But I'm here for another reason. And I just would like to thank Team Stokesdale over there. I call them Team Stokesdale. And I'm going to begin with Robbie Wagner, Kim Thacker, Priscilla, Dale Martin, Mason Winfrey. They're a definite plus to Stokesdale, and I think the residents are very happy to.
Thank you, Ms. Theory.
Thank you very much.
And we appreciate Patty as well. We don't want you left out over there.
Just because I'm sitting here with you.
I know. When she said team over there, I just want to make sure you were appreciated too. But tonight she's Stokesdale, so.
I don't want to take their glory, they deserve it, they are awesome. No, I did not. I did not take credit for that accent.
Eileen, that's my job. That's my job.
Mr. Matt Shears.
Matt Shears, 8604 Fulp Road. Hello, members of council, and first I want to thank you for your service to town. I'm a proud 7th generation resident of Stokesdale, and after going away for college and work for about 10 years, my wife and I were thinking about where do we want to raise our family, and we had a little son, so we moved right back here to Stokesdale, and we're not moving again, so there we go. So this evening, what I wanted to talk about, as you look at the very important Collector Street and Thoroughfare plan from the MPO, I'd like to encourage us as a town to take the same approach that we do to the streets and thoroughfares to develop a long-term plan for another mode of transportation, sidewalks. Stokesdale's unique in our Northwest Guilford area because we have a centralized and planned downtown. Summerfield doesn't have that, Oak Ridge doesn't have that. We are the only town with a centralized planned downtown. And Stokesdale's unique downtown would be complemented by a long-term sidewalk study and plan similar to the one that the MPO has for thoroughfares and streets and what the future looks like for those. And the future land use plan adopted by council in 2007 does state that the town will, quote, promote walkability through the construction of sidewalks, walking paths, trails, and other items in the town core. And recently, I know some of y'all were there, the Friends of Stokesdale and Downtown Businesses had the Family Fun Day. Shout out to Molly for making that happen. Woo! Woo, yeah. We used the town's unique downtown to do that. We had stuff at Stokesdale United Methodist. We had stuff downtown, behind downtown. And there were lots of folks who expressed hope that there would be more events downtown like that in the future. And also we heard from many residents wishing that there were more sidewalks that connected downtown to make it safer for festivals and for events like that as well too. And I know that budget season's already passed, and I know that funds are limited, and there's so many different competing interests. But I do hope that we could develop a plan for sidewalks in a similar manner to our thoroughfare and street plan as well too. And there are a number of state and federal nonprofit grants. I don't have to tell y'all know that. And the future land use plan also discusses the town applying for those grants. And I know that many people, including a lot of folks here, would be willing to help make it happen, myself included and a number of folks over there. And so finally, the last thing I'll mention about it is that the original 1910 Stokesdale plat map, which Mahalia has a copy of at her house if anybody wants to go see it, it actually shows in the original plat map of Stokesdale a collection of sidewalks and walkable areas within downtown. Now, unfortunately, those weren't built for one reason or another. That's over 100 years ago. But it does demonstrate, however, that emphasizing walkability, particularly as it relates to connecting downtown, would embrace both our heritage and our future as a town as well, too. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Brett Stevens.
No, this is something. We're not to the rezoning case yet. He'll speak during the rezoning case.
Okay, I'll hold that off. All right, very good. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, moving right along. Public hearing items. Rezoning case 24-4, PLBD 00076 7800. Eversfield Road from AG Agricultural to RS40, single-family residence. Located to the east side of Eversfield Road, State Road 2109, 1.02 miles north of intersection of Eversville Road with Oak Ridge Road, Guilford County, tax parcel 150401. This is a request to rezone subject property which contains a total of 45.79 acres from agricultural to RS 40, single family. Ain't got it covered? We good? Okay. Shall we bring up Brett?
Justin Snyder.
Justin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shouldn't we hear the staff report first?
I'm sorry. If you would, bear with us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've been sick. Justin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and as you so eloquently introduced the staff report, I will start with the character of the area. We'll skip down there. So this particular parcel, which you mentioned has 45.79 acres, is surrounded by single-family residential and agricultural uses on all sides, with the Haw River providing the natural boundary from the town of Summerfield to the south. The parcel is currently vacant. There have been a few lots subdivided along the frontage of this particular parcel. There are no designated historic landmarks located on or adjacent to the subject property, and there are no known cemeteries on or adjacent to the property. This would be the Stokesdale Fire District, approximately 2.5 miles from the station. It would be served by private septic systems, and it's planned to be served by well. Eversfield's a minor thoroughfare per the adopted Collector Street and thoroughfare plan. There are no improvements proposed as part of the application. This is a rezoning, straight rezoning. It is not a subdivision plan. And there are no traffic generation numbers because, again, this is not a development plan. So topography of the site's gently and moderately sloping. There is some regulated 100-year floodplain and floodway on the property. There's also mapped wetlands at the southern and southeastern sections of the property. There are also mapped streams on the property, but the property is not located in a designated water supply watershed. Per the Stokesdale Land Use Plan of 2007, the plan recommendation is for residential, which makes up approximately, at the time it was 12% of the area. I would say it's significantly more of the area of Stokesdale now. Staff is recommending approval. We feel that it's reasonable and in the public interest because it's an area where single-family residential uses are prevalent. There'd be no change in the minimum required lot size between the agricultural district and the RS 40 single-family zoning district. And we feel it's consistent with the Stokesdale future land use plan designation of residential. Thus, if approved, an amendment is not required to that future land use plan. That's all I have.
I've got one question, minor question, Mr. Snyder.
Yes, sir.
On page 1 of your report, if you could draw your eye to the bottom, or near the bottom of the page where it says character of the area, the sentence right above that, the overall gross density in RS 40 areas will typically be 1 unit per acre. I thought the sentence kind of ended there. What's the or less? Or imply?
Basically 1 acre, 1 unit per acre or less implies that it's basically tied to the minimum lot size. So if you've got a 40,000 square foot lot size, that's 0.92 acres, you can put 1 unit on 0.92 acres. So that's the or less, but.
Okay.
So it won't be any greater density than 1 unit per acre.
Okay. That's all I have. Good report, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Now, let's do it. Mr. Brett Stevens.
Good evening, council. My name is Brent Severs. I'm with FEI Consulting, 8518 Triad Drive, Colfax, North Carolina. And I'm really here to field any questions the council may have about the rezoning.
Mr. Mayor, it may be helpful just to, if this is the public hearing, just to officially open the public hearing so that you can receive evidence or hear from the public during the public hearing. So we need to.
We need to hear from those that are for and then those that are against.
That's right. We need to open the public hearing.
As we typically do.
I'll make a motion that we open the public hearing.
Second.
All I'm also aye.
Huh? I don't remember us voting on these.
Mr.
I am
Jones?
aye. Oh, no.
I am also aye.
All right, so right now we have those speaking in favor of the rezoning, and Mr. Severs?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Anyone speaking in favor of the rezoning?
So the documents pretty much speak for themselves. Taking a look at this case, I guess not really a question about the rezoning, just curious. About if you could estimate how many, I know there's a river that you've got to work around, about how many homes would,
Obviously, it will depend on how the soils work out, but I think we're in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 homes. There's a fair amount of floodplain and wetland areas to be dealt with.
Right.
So,
Is there anyone to speak against the rezoning? All right.
I didn't sign up to speak, but I go through that way when I'm going to Somerville. And somebody's just
Miss-
building a house on the right-hand side of the road.
Excuse us, Miss McGee, let somebody bring you a microphone, if you would, Mr. Winfrey.
I can reach over here.
Well, young Mr. Winfrey's who I meant.
I'm closer. I'm older but closer.
As loud as I talk, y'all can all hear me.
What'd you say?
If you would, just please identify yourself.
I am Mahayu McGee. I live at 8403 Schilling Street in Stokesdale. I've been here for a few years. I go through Eversville Road when I'm on my way to Somerville. And I have noticed the last few weeks there's been a new house, looks like apartments, on the right-hand side as you're going down toward the river. Is anybody, why would we object to houses on the left-hand side? We just approve something on the right-hand side.
Any further discussion?
just to clarify, would anybody else like to speak for or against this rezoning?
I make a motion, we close the open hearing.
Second.
Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Am I?
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Public hearing to consider adoption of the proposed.
Now the matter rests with council.
We've got to vote on it.
What?
Nope. Go ahead. Yeah. So with that, the matter of rezoning the parcel rests with council. And we'll open it up for any council discussion or questions they may have for Mr. Severs. All right, then I'm gonna.
I do have one question on the map on, where is he? This map here. Is that an old road that veers off onto this property off of Eversfield and then comes back onto it? Or is that a private road? Okay, I thought it might be. So it's the old road bed that you're showing on the map.
You can't find any hiding or hair of the information anywhere. We've looked high and low, and it's just whenever they moved the road, they never abandoned what I think they called right of way, called it for right of way back.
Yeah, I don't even think it was a right of way. I think it was just a roadbed.
All right.
Call the vote.
If there's, we need to make a motion. Is there any further discussion from council? Any questions from Mr. Severs? If not, I'm going to move forward with the motion. to approve the rezoning case 24-04-PLBD-0076 located at 7800 Eversfield Road, Stokesdale, North Carolina, 27357. As it is consistent with the current land use plan, it's also consistent with the neighboring area. And I do believe it's in the public interest.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Foy.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And I am also aye. Public hearing to consider adoption of the proposed thoroughfare collector street plan as prepared and adopted by the Greensboro Urban Area Metropolitan Planning Organization and subsequently amending the town of Stokesdale's future land use plan. No, you go ahead.
All right.
You could do the rezoning, so I'm not familiar with that.
So from here, I'd like to thank Craig McKinney with the MPO for being here and introduce Craig, and if you'd like to give your staff report and field any questions we have. Thank you for being here, Craig.
Well, thank you. Yes, I'm Craig McKinney, Transportation Planner for the City of Greensboro and the Greensboro Urban Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. And it's on behalf of the MPO, I'm here this evening to help you all get through this process. I know you've seen this map once. We was here, there was some objections. We then went back, we did a study, especially on US 158. You have in your packet information where we studied that, and we have now removed that from the map. It's still on the project books, and it will probably remain on the project books until they finish the work in Forsyth County. And then after that time, it's likely that the NCDOT would then delete that project. We are open to work with you all on any traffic concerns you have in the area. If you all identify some needs, we will help you analyze those, and in order to maintain, a safe movement of vehicles and hopefully pedestrians through the area.
Thank you. So you made a comment about the DOT is going to keep that on the map until, I guess, sections A and B are complete.
Yes.
What if something drastic changed and the DOT, would not move that from the map because the need was there? I understand the data suggests the need is not there, but what would happen then? Could this be amended after it's adopted, or could the plan be amended after the fact if this was adopted?
The plan
The thoroughfare plan.
Thoroughfare plan.
So once they adopt this thoroughfare plan,
Yeah.
it can go back through council to amend that plan if they feel like a change is warranted based on DOT or MPO data. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay.
I did have one question about the 158 as well. I know one of the biggest concerns of leaving that on the map was the effect on property owners and the ability to develop in the future without restrictions. You think that it's going to stay on the map until that project in Forsyth is done? Is that going to still be the same restrictions on those property owners, or do you think that'll be a plausible way to give notice that that's no longer a consideration? If
Well,
somebody was trying to develop
as far
it
as
or
the
something.
thoroughfare plan and its part in y'all's development ordinance, there's likely that they'll never come back. And so it has not done well we're now in the 7th iteration of prioritization that establishes projects in the state's transportation improvement program. And in this round 7, it scored low. So it's not a competitive project for the amount of funds that are available and in the past, and it is today. And it's likely, from all our analysis, that trend will continue into the future. But what you need to be thinking about is the existing US 158 and what improvements you feel like may be needed as time goes on. And I won't, but someone else with the MPO will be here. My days are coming in.
But to clarify, if, let's say I wanted.
But the MPO will listen to you, with y'all having a representative on our Transportation Coordinating Committee. That person will be relaying information to us of what the town is needing. And then if you ever have a question, you're welcome to contact us, and we'll listen to what you have to say. We will advise you on ways to go about how to achieve any goals that you want for the area as far as transportation goes.
It's just for clarity, though, the person that owns that property where that line goes through, are they free to sell now without restriction, do you feel, or?
Once you adopt your map, yes.
Was there actually restrictions because it was on the map?
Yeah, because the map is connected to your development ordinance. That's what drives it, being connected to your development ordinance. Once you revise the map, there's no mechanism in the development ordinance to put those restrictions back in.
What's the difference with the collector? We got the collector street plan here, and we got lines all over town. What's the difference in those lines and the lines that we had for the bypass? Is that gonna, these lines affect these folks that own these properties?
Well, as far as on the collector streets, those blue lines on the map, those are development driven. If the land doesn't develop, the road doesn't develop. Anything that is dashed is proposed and everywhere else within our area is driven by development.
Mr. McKinney,
Yes, sir.
in the executive summary, paragraph 2 on page 1, there's a statement that reads, "Other input provided by interested persons and entities." Do you have those cataloged if, for example, I or another citizen wanted to look at that?
Yeah, we should, well, we did an online survey, and if they gave us any identifying information, we would have it.
So that sentence is referring to that survey of 15 people?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and kind of a follow-on to the question that Councilman Landorf asked. This plan on this map at the moment, as I understand it, is impeding this property owner from utilizing this property for the use that they want to. I presume that they can't pull the permits they want, they can't proceed. I don't know. With that said, I'm looking at this as a council member. It's obvious that everybody that might be impacted by one of these collector streets is not in this room. And I wonder if some of these people in these faraway corners at the end of these roads even know that this collector street plan exists. And my question is, have they ever been notified, and if so, how?
When we do these things, we put out ads in, say, Northwest Observer.
No, what, yeah.
So we put ads out in the paper to announce this.
I'm not questioning if we have followed the legal requirements. I'm asking if they have been individually notified by NCDOT, MPO, or Guilford County.
No, sir.
Because if this particular road is impacting this property owner right now, then I presume it's possible that one of these other map segments, corridor plans, it may be pending on somebody else's property and possibly fixing to cause them a problem. So I don't like for our citizens to be surprised, and you know, I understand that we experience this with lots of things here in the town hall when somebody shows up and said, well, I didn't know, and we too will have to say, well, you know, it was in the paper when it was advertised, but yet at the same time, I still, you know, like for people to be informed.
Yeah, I understand.
And thus, that's why I'm asking.
I guess my concern, Mr. Snyder, I might want to ask you this. Let's just pick a line out, somewhere, and let's say that someone was wanting to build a house on their property, but they weren't doing a development. But that line goes right through where they wanted to put their house. Would that stop them from getting a permit? It wouldn't stop. Okay, that's a big concern. Okay. Nope, we would just notify them that there's a plan, but it wouldn't stop them from getting a building permit for a house. Right, okay. It's more tied to like a major subdivision development where if they're proposing a road network, we would say, well, there is a potential collector road through here. You might want to consider building that to collector road standards as a continuation of this collector that's already stubbing into your property. And then that will then become a collector stub to the next property and so on until it builds out. Okay, but it wouldn't stop anybody, like an individual had a little property and was trying to do something. Okay, that would be my major concern with it.
And Mr. McKinney, I realize that y'all can't force people to comment, but 15 public comments is not very much when you offset it against the discussion of a $123 million project. Is this normal, what you usually experience insofar as when you request surveys and solicit information from citizens? Or is there normally, I'm surprised there's not more than 15 people that have made their voice known here.
I have, we've held public meetings and maybe 5 people come in. So it's difficult. It's difficult to get people to become involved in the planning process, especially when you talk about transportation.
And Mr. Jones,
It
if I
puts people
could,
to sleep.
I'll let you know, we're going through the comprehensive plan update for the county, and we've put it out on news and all over. We've blasted emails to every sunshine list we've got. And we had a total of, I think, maybe 800 respondents out of all of the people that live in the county when we did that the first round, after all of the outreach efforts and all the public meetings that we had. It's very difficult to get public input in the process, unfortunately. Well, people are just living and minding their own business, and if it don't affect them, they don't want to. I don't blame them. I'm probably the same way. I know. I mean, I didn't fill a card out.
Yeah, most
which I
people
did
do.
make it known here.
Yeah, and one thing about these collector streets is that is your decision on how that collector street will actually come about. Through, like he was describing, development. All right, the developer, the plan may have the roadway here, but the developer is working out in his plan, he wants it here. That's fine and good. The idea is connecting one point to another, and a straight line isn't always the best way. So just keep that in mind. Those dotted lines on the map are not fixed.
And it looks like the dotted lines are also in bits and pieces of Oak Ridge and Summerfield that are shown here. So, am I safe to infer that that's just a common practice for suggestions for future developers, and that it doesn't fall under some DOT project or anything like that? Because when you compare these roads, to the 158 bypass, that was actually a DOT, I guess still is, a DOT project. So, I guess from the questions I'm hearing, and I infer they may be asking because when somebody looks at this map, do they interpret this as, it looks like the MPO or DOT or some greater government force has plans to potentially take my property or purchase my property one day. But I don't think that's what you're saying that these lines are for. These are suggestions for collector roads for future development.
Future development, and it'd be driven by development, not by NCDOT dollars or anything like that.
Okay.
It's strictly development driven.
And with that's very different than the 158 bypass.
And it's very different from the other lines on the map, the minor thoroughfares and the major thoroughfares. It's much different. Those roads will take,
I appreciate you clarifying, because this was a head scratcher, for me.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I have to admit, I'm still confused.
Is this a map that, of suggested routes, or is it a legally binding map that would encumber the owner or developer to find a route from point A to point B across any given subject property? That's, I'm trying to be sure that I understand what I'm voting on, that I'm not voting to encumber anybody's property without them being specifically notified, because otherwise my vote is no.
That's a fantastic question. It is not a legal obligation. What it is a future land use planning document similar to your future land use map that says, well, it says residential for 90% of the town, but we think commercial would fit here. So we're going to go ahead and amend that map during the public hearing process, and we're going to go ahead and put it as commercial because that's what fits. Whereas somebody might come in down the line and things have changed and be like, well, you know, we were going to do this major subdivision, but now I just want to build a house. So we're not going to require them to put in a collector road extension just to build a house. So things change. It's a fluid document, but it's used to guide future land use decisions. So it's just a guiding document. It's nothing set in stone. It's not legally binding to any property owner. It's not putting a covenant on their property. It's not putting an encumbrance on their property. It's just simply to inform that this was an idea that was had. This is based on future land use patterns. If the patterns change, the plans will change.
We have in the past in this building been in great debates about connectivity versus cul-de-sacs and privacy and you know,
They're hard questions to answer, and they're always case by case.
And I want to add that in the past, I think this was first adopted back in
07 or
07.
06, somewhere in there.
We're
yeah.
not going to wait that long again to come to you all and do an update to the plan. Our idea is probably about 5 years from now, whoever that person in my shoes is at that time will come to you, work through Justin or whoever, and start gathering information on what development has occurred in the 5-year period, and then look at making some adjustments to those collectors and bring a new map back to you then.
Okay. Should a conflict develop now or in the future between this collector street plan and our future land use plan, is there any legal governance one over the other?
Well, so that, I'm glad you asked that question, because this, you may recall, we've talked about the need for the town to have a land use plan, and this thoroughfare plan is part of that, is kind of a subset of that land use plan.
Well, I was thinking the future land use plan and the collector street plan are part of our comp plan.
Right, that's right, that's part of the comprehensive, that's right, yes. So this is, would inform, I suppose, the land use plan, your plans, which could be changed at any time, but your plans can inform your land use decisions down the road as to where you want to develop.
So, Mr. Winfrey, is your feeling that as far as the actions this board can take, that if we want to modify our future land use plan and it could override some provision in this collector street plan?
That's correct.
This board would not be losing control of the territory in the town of Stokesdale.
That's correct.
And like I said, in 5 years, we'll come to you all and find out what developments have approved, and did any of the development is preventing a collector street to go through, and then we'll have to go back and reanalyze and come back to you with another suggestion how to work that collector street network.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, you're not holding anybody up from doing anything.
No.
Some farmer wants to build a house or something like that, it lines there, I'm okay with it, so
Okay.
as long as those type of folks are, protected.
Are there any further questions for Mr. McKinney? If not, from here, we will enter into a public hearing. So any of you would like to speak in favor of this plan, we would certainly invite you up. And anybody that would like to speak against this plan, after those that speak in favor, we'll invite you up as well. So we will open up the public hearing and welcome anybody that would like to speak in favor of the plan. All right. Okay. Yes, sir.
Tommy Johnson, 7769 NC Highway 68 North. I have been attending those meetings that have been presented, and I was one of those 13 online responses. I think we pay these folks to plan our roads into the future. And from what I'm hearing, the bypass, 158 bypass, is not, from the DOT officials I've talked to or whatever, it's not in the works. I'm in favor of getting it off the map and taking the gentleman up for his offer to improve the roads that we have in Stokesdale. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak in favor of the plan? Seeing that there's no one else, is there anybody else online, Mason or Dale?
Are we online?
One.
All right.
Yeah, we just got one.
All right.
Robbie.
I believe that's Robbie.
Good old Robbie.
Robbie, you for this?
With that, seeing that there are no further comments in favor, I will open it up for any comments that are against or have concerns with the plan. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Lori Huffman. I live at 7639 Happy Hill Road. This is more of a concern than it is against, because we need progress, we need roads and development. 158 on that far reach of the county there of Stokesdale is pretty dangerous. There's been a lot of accidents, Happy Hill Road, 158 right there. I go way around to go, because I do not like taking a left, coming back from Stokesdale, taking a left, because there are people on your butt, there are tractor trailers. When they're coming from Stokesdale, they're getting top speed. When they're coming from Winston, they're in their top speed. So you're talking about 60, 70 miles an hour there, right? And when I saw the collector streets, there's a lot more planned to enter the highway there. I'm like, oh my gosh. You're just, asking for a lot more accidents and I think in trouble, if that is the case. There's already a connector street from 158 to 65. Now, it is Forsyth County, but it's only like 1,200 feet away down from Happy Hill Road. So there's already a connector between that 158 and 65. So I see on the map, there were a couple more that were sort of in plans or suggested. And I was thinking to myself, well, why would they put so many more in connecting and coming out onto a very dangerous piece of highway right now? If anything, I would suggest some turning lanes up and down that whole stretch from where the lake all the way to the center of Stokesdale. Turning lanes would be very helpful. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a point of preference on that, any of these roads, if they were to be developed, DOT would do a study for things like turning lanes, stoplights at that time. So each road as it would be developed would be looked at from a traffic standpoint, traffic control standpoint, and such. So it's not a vote to say we're going to put a road here just the way it is on the map. So it's a lot that would go into something like that. But I agree. I'm very familiar with Happy Hill and 158, and it is dangerous. And definitely, the more that comes out there, the more traffic control it needs to be addressed. So, thank you,
Mr. Dalton.
Dwayne Dalton, 8300 Zebedee Lane, Stokesdale. And I live right off Zebedee Lane, intersects with 158. And right now, it takes me in the evening time between 3 and 5, anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes to get out on the highway. And so my concern was really is that not bringing the Section C, doing that bypass, stopping it off at, and I heard about at the Forsyth County line, that all the 4 lanes, and then it's gonna turn into 2 lanes, and I'm wondering about, okay, where's all the traffic gonna go? All 4 lanes coming out of Winston, all the way down 158, all the way to Blues Creek, all the way down to almost Coldwater Road, and then you turn in, really right where Happy Hill Road is, where we do have a lot of problems, and you're gonna go back into 2 lanes, and it's gonna be a lot of, I don't see how it's gonna be beneficial, safety-wise, to have traffic and be able to, for people to get in and out and turn into, any of the highways, Coldwater Road, Happy Hill Road, Anthony Road, because traffic just gonna be just be a lot of traffic coming in that way. So I see a problem with that, but I know they said it was a study done and didn't show enough traffic coming to pursue the C section of that, but I don't know, DOT might need to look into that. And also, there's a road on Anthony Road and Pyramid Quarry Road. It's about a half a mile section of road that's dirt, probably on the dirt road that I know of in Stokesdale, about a half a mile. That will help some people. They won't have to come out on 158 if they could go down Anthony Road if it was paved about a half a mile. I don't know who's in control of doing something like that, but it's about a half a mile stretch. If it's that long, it may not be a half a mile. And that would help traffic coming from 150, 68, people that live on Anthony Road, or people coming up 158 going across to get on 68. It would just save a lot. It also helped when EMS coming from Greensboro coming to 158 on the west side. But for whatever reason, I just think we need to look into having that road paved, whoever's in charge of doing that. And I mean a half a mile. Why it's not paved, I have no idea. And it's probably on the books as a paved road. But it needs to be paved, and that's a concern. And since they're not gonna do the C-set side, which would start at Anthony Road, then go in Anthony Road and finish out that stretch of the road where people can not have to come out on 158. The people that live on Anthony Road, Pyramid Quarry Road, and people that come from 150, 68. A lot of people come that way to get on Highway 158. Right now, I think they use Pyramid Quarry Road, but it would save another 2 miles or save a gallon of gas if this section of road that I'm talking about was paved. And so I just throwing it out since DOT is talking about road construction and rezone and that, and I just wanted to point that out because to me, it don't make no sense. It could help in many ways. We can save gas, we can save money, you can help people in Stokesdale and help somebody coming out of Winston-Salem going to food line. I just want to put that out there for somebody to look into it, and since we have somebody from DOT or the MAP people, what is he talking about? Then that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Mr. Shears.
I had a question for MPO. When's the last time a collector road was built in Stokesdale, and what would be the process if citizens wanted a collector road?
No, we're not gonna go down this path.
What path are you talking about?
Well, we're in a public hearing when citizens asking the questions instead of us. I protest. I'm not saying the question is invalid.
What? Well, when we close the public hearing, would it be okay for them to come up and ask?
Yeah, I'll ask the question when we close the public hearing.
I like that better.
All right, would anybody like to speak against or have any concerns to share without asking Mr. McKinney any questions, please? All right, seeing that there are none, we will close the public hearing and the matter rests with council. Gentlemen? I guess I'll open it up with a couple comments. I'd like to first thank Ms. Huffman and Mr. Dalton for speaking and sharing their concerns. Two folks in a town of 6,000, so Thank you very much. To expand on Ms. Huffman's concern and Mr. Rigsby's response to her, just to give you an example of that happening in the past where a turn lane was required by the DOT. It's my understanding when a new development went in off Prince Edward Road, maybe about 7 years ago off 68, that was a requirement of the DOT to put in a turn lane there. And I hope I'm speaking correctly. There is a turn lane as you're going north on 68 if you're taking a left turn onto Prince Edward Road. And just Mr. Dalton, thank you for your comments. I know exactly what road you're, Anthony Road, and you're right. It is a little bit of a head scratcher why that would be a gravel where it's kind of sandwiched in between two paved areas, and that does connect.
Quick sidebar, Mr. Dalton has raised that issue before, and I thought we had Robbie or somebody pursuing
That's a right-of-way
answer.
problem. The state don't own a right-of-way down through there.
So that's why it's not paved?
That section of Anthony's on. And it's there,
There's no right-of-way, and they said there's no right-of-way, we can't pave it.
I don't know if they're stopping. I don't think DOT will pave it because it's not, I don't know if they'll sign the, it's the same thing if they got Stokesdale Street.
Yeah, and a
same situation.
We'll talk later, maybe I'll get a better explanation from you, but I just remember us discussing that issue briefly before.
It would be paved if the right-of-way was there.
Okay.
If this is
Would be nice.
if this is just a map of suggestions, I'm asking myself why we're voting on it. If that's basically all it is this is what we suggest for the town of Stokesdale, this is what we suggest for property owners and developers, and it's not, no legal, it carries no legal weight.
I believe it's a federal requirement that
So
that an MPO must exist for a metropolitan area this long, and I guess.
I understand that, and maybe it's just to encourage the frugal use of highway funds to stretch them as far as possible. So that would make sense for me, but we've never had any input since the town was incorporated up until this point from a traffic engineer that was working solely for the town of Stokesdale. I'm still a little concerned about that. Simply, larger government does not always take care of small towns. Case in point, look what just happened to Summerfield. My feeling is, I still feel like we have just like the gentleman mentioned, we're gonna have a 4-lane road that's gonna be dropping down to a 2-lane road. And it's either gonna be forced to go through 3 traffic circles possibly at the moment, or it's gonna be continue to be funneled right through Main Street on Stokesdale, through Stokesdale. And it seems to me, reading between the lines, that possibly NCDOT's plan is simply to discourage the through traffic from trying to travel through Stokesdale and use one of the alternatives, I-73 or whatever that might be. But I agree with Mr. Dalton. It just seems like we're going to be filling up a 5-gallon bucket with a fire hose, and it's just not going to catch all the traffic at some point. They are standing in front of us saying that the traffic is decreasing, and technically it may be, but it sure don't feel like it when you're traveling up and down these roads every day. I realize that every town can't have a 4-lane bypass around it, and it's only so much money. But those are my concerns.
All right. Gentlemen?
So what do you suggest?
I may vote against this Collector Street plan. That's just me.
What would you want to do to vote for it? Are you saying we should leave it on? The bypass on?
Well, if it's not impacting anybody's property at the moment to the point where it needs to be removed, it can't be both ways. I think we have some folks that are interested in getting this bypass off the map because it's impacting their property, their planning, their ability to pull permits, etc. but yet at the same time, we have the experts saying, well, no, this is just a suggestion. It won't impede anybody from pulling permits and so forth. So I'm trying to, Mr. Stout, I'm trying to reconcile.
So in the case that I believe you're talking about, it's likely more of a financial thing where if they developed a subdivision, they don't want to have to dedicate that much right-of-way because they will lose potential property values. But they wouldn't necessarily be obligated to do it because ultimately it's based on what's around them, how they're going to connect, what the, where their wells and septic and water can go. And we won't know any of that until we see a development plan. So it's hard to speak in what ifs with any subdivision without seeing a design. Now, if there was a large stub out to the property that had right-of-way already in place and an improved roadbed, absolutely, we would want to see it connected and improved to that same standard and then stubbed out to the next property and so forth. But without anything being around it, I'm not sure that we as staff would compel somebody to make that obligated, thoroughfare or collector road without knowing what's going to happen around it. I just don't know that we would want to be the one that makes that first person fall on the sword, if that makes sense. I think we would seek guidance from the planning board for something like that.
Well, what I'm speaking to is there's a difference, of course, between suggestion, the best practice, et cetera, versus being legally compelled to do X, Y, Z.
So yes, so you're not legally compelled to do anything, but at the same time, you would have the ability to require or suggest that they make that right-of-way dedication. They're not legally obligated to do it, just because it says so on a map. But,
Well, I understand that, but they're not legally obligated to do it, but that if they're trying to develop their property and you're telling them you have to develop and follow this map, then that's an impediment to developing their property, and we're
So we don't necessarily tell them that they have to follow a future land use map for a current development. We say you have to follow the development ordinance. So if it's not in the development ordinance, we're not going to require it.
I got that part.
So these are future land use planning tools that we would use. So for instance, there might be a trails plan in place, but there's no trails anywhere. And so we wouldn't typically require somebody to put in a trail if there's no trails to connect to or if there's not already some sort of network in place. Now, in this case, again, the first person that develops, I'm not sure that we would, as staff, make some sort of decision like that. That's more of a future land use decision that we would make.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. I have personally witnessed property owners in Stokesdale being forced to give up trail easements and at the same time being told they're not required to. You can't have it both ways.
You can't.
We've already had we've already been down that path here in Stokesdale.
And that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, to force somebody to give up an easement. That's more like the taking
I can
part.
name cases and I can back up what I'm saying.
I believe you. It's just not something, that's not a practice I would do, I'm just telling you. That from staff standpoint, that's a really touchy road to go down, is starting to require things that shan't be required without pointing to an ordinance to require it.
I think about the term may versus shall when I'm reading codes and ordinances and trying to understand them as a layman. You folks have the jump on me. You do this every day, and every once in a while I deal with it. So I'm always behind.
One thing I'd point out, so in the previous rezoning we had tonight, there was a finding that that request was consistent with the comprehensive plan. And part of that plan was the thoroughfare plan that was in existence. So in answer to your question, Mr. Jones, I think if somebody came and wanted to put a development in the middle of where the thoroughfare plan said a 158 bypass was going to be, then you'd either have to change your plan or say it's not consistent and somehow justify approving it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is when you make a rezoning request, you're looking at consistency or inconsistency with the long-range plan, the comprehensive plan. And this is part of that.
And if there's a change from an approved plan, you can, by adoption of the rezoning ordinance, you effectively will be amending that plan. That's why we always say there's no plan amendment required if it's consistent with the plan. So if somebody came in and you approve something inconsistent with the plan, which is fine, that's your prerogative, then you would simply do a map amendment, and then we would amend that plan. We would work with the MPO to get that plan amended, just like we do with any other long-range plan that we have.
It doesn't matter if DOT were to decide whether, if they decide they want to do this or they decide they don't want to do this, it don't make a hill of beans how we vote on this map, does it? I mean, really, does it?
They have condemnation power, so no, it doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, by us taking it off, we're really releasing any trouble with the property, the property owner might have. So, I mean, like I said, I don't think it matters if it's on there or not.
Well, you see the point I'm making. If this 158 bypass is impairing this owner's use, then the other streets that are drawn on it, the other suggestions may also be doing the same thing.
Well, I understand, they've said, and it should be part of the minutes, that if somebody wants to build something, they're not gonna, it's not gonna stop them.
Yeah, I was wondering how to document that.
It was just said.
No, I
know they
think
said it.
as far as it'll go, they probably just have to disclose it as part of a real estate transaction. I think the real estate law requires disclosure if there's an adopted plan for something in that area. They might just have to disclose that's there.
As we all
Whether it
know,
gets built
whether
or
there's
not.
a line or not a line, the government can come in and take your property for a road or a school, or probably just give it to a developer if they want to, the way the Supreme Court's done, but, I mean, that's just the way it is. So, as long as they're not downtown turning people around trying to do something, I don't see what it matters. And as far as being on the map, it's not gonna make a hill of beans, whether it's on the map. If DOT wants to do this bypass, they're gonna do it, and if they don't wanna do it, they're not. And right now, it looks like they're not gonna do it. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in Stokesdale that are happy that they're not gonna do it. I've known people that actually got sick because worried about some of the roads that were coming through, and, older folks, they're actually passed away now. It bothered them so bad, so.
Yes.
I was never a fan of it. At one time, it ran right through, our whole place, every acre we had. And I didn't like a line being there then, and I should have said something myself, but.
That's why I want to endeavor to be so careful here, because I'm aware of that impact.
I know, I just say there not be any lines, but, I don't know these lines are gonna hurt anybody.
All right. Is there any further discussion? If not, was there a comment?
Yeah, I mean, what do you suggest do? You suggest getting rid of just not having this?
Me?
No, I'm talking about Tim. I'm just trying to figure it out. Are you saying because we're not doing the 158 bypass that we should take these other lines off and just have
Well,
I don't know.
Jimmy, I would answer you this way. I attended a hunter safety course the other day, and it reminded all of us that took it that you don't take a shot at a deer until you're absolutely certain that you have a good shot and everything's lined up and there's nothing but, behind it, and et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't feel like, for me, that I know everything I need to know to be voting for this. It's just that simple. I'm just not that comfortable with it.
You got questions?
This is going to turn into a big deal as we go forward, more and more people moving into Stokesdale. In the coming years, these decisions that are being made right now about this traffic flow through Stokesdale
And again, the engineering that I'm hearing, they're predicting that the two-lane roads will be able to handle the traffic, even though we as locals, we see that traffic increasing and increasing and increasing. And I don't know. We've had this map for years.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of years. I mean, this is not, much has changed. You know, we did connect that development over off Ellisburg and Oak Level Church Road, that was one of the connectors that's been connected. You know, we could be arguing that we're just entitled to the funding to complete Section C. It's just that simple. We want it, we need it, we're entitled to it. But as I understand the ranking system they use for these things, it's explained on page 4 in large part that it's just not going to get through that process as currently presented. And so it just leaves me wondering where this traffic's going to be going in let's say 10 years.
All right. Any further discussion? I am going to move to adopt the thoroughfare and collector street plan amendment that dated May the 8th, 2024.
I'll second the motion.
All right. We have a motion.
Further discussion?
You want, go ahead.
Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm nay, Mr. Mayor.
Say again?
I'm nay.
And I am aye. Consideration of old business. Consideration of a resolution requesting the Guilford County Board of Elections to add a referendum to the November 2024 ballot for a vote to enable the location of an ABC store in the corporate boundaries of the town of Stokesdale. Resolution R 2024-02.
Mr. Mayor, this is that item that Councilman Rigsby asked for the agenda modification on.
We modified it to read, to vote to ratify the motion of the council of 2017. So we're no longer discussing putting it on the ballot.
No longer asking for the referendum.
Correct. So again, that is my my item. So catching everybody up from the last discussion, there was some, or the last meeting, there was some confusion about what had happened in the past. So I've kind of got a little time. I'm gonna let Mr. Winfrey really earn his money here in a minute and read it to you, but just some layman's terms. So it was voted in 2009, 2 things on the agenda, liquor by the drink and then ABC board. So liquor by the drink's continually been operating since Stoke Ridge. I think it's the only location that has that, I believe. So nothing happened on the ABC part until 2017 when the council voted to enter in to negotiate with Greensboro ABC board to put a ABC store in town. The ABC board then, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's an economic reason, decided that it wasn't in their plan at that point, so it died right there. So what Mr. Winfrey, and I'll let him jump in there, but I did want to clarify one thing, Mr. Walker. Because I saw this online this week as well, and I did respond to it online. There is no current plan to put that store in front of the Dollar General and that church. That is not even remotely accurate. I think Mr. Logan has talked about a state statute that was going to require at least 1,000 feet from the school, and I'll let Mr. Sullivan as well address that. But I don't think that's their business model to be that close to anything like that. So I just wanted to clarify it for you because obviously that was a concern of yours and others, the person that put it online. But that is not. We're not looking to go back to 17 and say, because I wasn't here, but to say we're gonna put it right there where Dollar General is, that's not true, so. So, Mr. Winfrey, would you like to?
Well, the only thing I would add, so, at the last meeting, Mr. Logan did bring to our attention, a local act, that was passed in 2009, regarding, this location of being within 1,000 feet, and the statute, which only applies to Guilford County, says that, that the local board, can consider, it doesn't have to eliminate or require, but it says it can consider whether the proposed ABC board is located within 1,000 feet of a church, public school, or other non-public school. So, and that's something that I think the ABC board actually was not aware of, before that came to our attention. At least had not heard about that. So I would say that there is, provision, we would say it's precatory, it's wish that it not be within 1,000 feet, but there's no requirement that it not be within 1,000 feet, that the board can consider that. At the end of if we were, so what we're asking the council to do is to indicate whether or not it's interested in entering into an agreement with the Greensboro ABC board to locate an ABC board, store within the corporate limits of Stokesdale. If you are, there would be an agreement, and you correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be an agreement that would come back to the town council, a merger agreement essentially, where we would be essentially merged in with City of Greensboro's ABC jurisdiction. Yeah, you can talk about that. And my understanding is we would have a non-voting, we'd have a non-voting member of the board, which would be kept abreast of any proposed locations that would be afforded. There is a statute dealing with location. If the ABC board proposed to locate the site in the place that the town council did not want it to be, then after public hearing, you could object to that location, and then it would go to the board in Raleigh to consider whether it would go there. So you can't veto a location, but you can certainly create a hurdle for them to put it somewhere if they were putting it somewhere where you didn't want it to be. But that's going to require that you know where that location is going to be, and by having a member on the board, the town should be aware of what the locations are going to be.
Would it matter if we had an ordinance? Would they have to follow our ordinance?
They'd have to follow zoning ordinances too. So if the zoning ordinance, it gets to be a retail zoning use, and so it would have to be a zoning district that would be consistent with retail uses.
What if our zoning ordinance said that they couldn't locate within 1,000 feet of daycare, church, school? Would they have to follow that?
They have to be like any other enterprise. They'd have to follow that, follow any part of the development.
But we don't have that zoning ordinance.
Right.
So, to follow, well, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. So to follow that up, though, could we as a council, if that was our preference, could we put that in the negotiations of the contract up front?
And I'll defer to them, and I've not negotiated one of these. I've negotiated these kind of deals with the landlords, but not with the municipalities, so I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, and this is unique because most counties have one board. They have a county board, so it's not an issue. Guilford County is unique in that respect, especially with having two large municipalities, Greensboro and High Point, within a county to have a multi-unit, multiple ABC boards. I'd say just what Mr. Winfrey said, you will have, in our agreement, we do have an agreement. We would work with your city town council has to agree to the agreement, as well as the Greensboro City Council. It's not the Greensboro ABC board. We have a an agreement that we've worked out with another municipality in the county that will be moving forward with this. It would be very similar, it would be just like that proposal or that agreement. Of course, if you want to make modification of that, that would be up to this council to make modifications to that agreement if they so chose. And to Mr. Winfrey's point, you do have would have a member of the board appointed to our board as a non-voting member, but you would be a member of the board. You attend all the meetings that we have, ABC board meetings. Mr. Mark Brown, the former mayor of Summerfield, is the liaison, has been for years for Summerfield ABC. He comes to every board meeting that we have, is involved in all of the ABC discussions, included with Summerfield. So just to let you know on that as well. I think, was there another question? Sorry.
Let's see.
And then just so you know, too, looking back at 2017, I would say, with different management, different board, we have a different board, a different manager now. In a municipality like this, we would not be looking at trying to get across from a church. We would want to be respectful of that, or a school. I've already looked at the area, some places. We have not decided on a spot. We can't do that. You all know how we have to purchase property. We have to be very secretive about it until it's signed, just so there's no influence either way. But there are places that I feel like you could do it that would not, that would be in a respectful place to the citizens that are not for an ABC board, but also convenient for those that are for an ABC board.
Mr. Sullivan, do you have the authority from your board to make that commitment that a store will not be located within 1,000 feet of a church in the town of Stokesdale?
My board would have to make that agreement. They would have to sign off on that, just like the council would for here. I could not make that commitment, but I'm sure that they would agree to that. And all store sites are signed off by.
I had to vote tonight possibly, so.
Right. Well, but the agreement, we would have to look at the agreement in total. I would just want you to look at the agreement in total. But as part of an agreement, we would look at putting that in that. The agreement would be voted on at the next meeting, or whenever the agreement was ready.
I respectfully disagree with Mr. Rigsby's statement. The last time this was before this council, there was open public discussion about the location in front of Stokesdale Christian Church as a possible location for an ABC board, and that was by a member of the Stokesdale Town Council. So I have to assume that possibility exists, and you don't have the authority at the moment you say to promise this board that won't happen.
Well, I guess I could say this. Currently, I'm the person that picks this. I make the site selections with our real estate company, and then I make those decisions too. I let my board make the final decision. They have to sign off on it. But I'm telling you that I would not be looking at a site across from that church. I would not be looking at that site, is what I can tell you as the current general manager.
And sir, you don't know me, I don't know you, but this is a very important matter for me and some of our citizens.
Yeah.
Some of us, are in a different place with it, but there is no quarter here from me on the matter. I really don't want it in town at all, but secondary to that, I think this board has an immense responsibility to manage this in such a way that an ABC store doesn't wind up in close proximity to a school, a church, or a daycare. And I don't care who agrees with me and who don't, that this is what I believe here. And so I've been trying to read the statutes that cover this. I've got a School of Government article here that a gentleman was kind enough to find for me that speaks about General Statute 18B-901C6 that speaks about the possibility of a store being located within 50 feet of a church. Then there's another paragraph that goes into a wordy discussion about the matter that pertains specifically to Guilford County, and it being 1,000 feet of a school or a church in Guilford County. So I, as a board member, from what I see right here, would want to be able to confer with our town attorney and get into the nuts and bolts about what this means in detail before I could vote on this. I mean, my vote tonight's going to be no anyway, sir.
Right.
But insofar as these distances from those uses that to me are incompatible, a child can't go in an ABC store. They won't even let you take pictures in an ABC store, as I understand it. It's not a family type location,
And as I agree with Reverend Walker, Stokesdale, you know, this is a family town. It's a small town. We don't care how they do it in a big city. I mean, I really, you know, people are moving here to get away from that nonsense. And so you're
Well,
welcome
and
here
and
as a
just so you know,
person,
I
but
grew
this
up in-
ABC store is not welcome to me.
I grew up in Pittsburgh, North Carolina, and actually still live there. So I live in a small community and in a county, Chatham County, which is experiencing a lot of what you are. Like, I mean, I'm fourth generation on the farm we live on, and so I understand, you know, what progress brings with it, and sympathize. But it's so I do understand that part.
You ever live next door to a bar, a night spot, within
sir.
walking distance of one or two? I have that merit badge. We don't have enough time from now to daylight to tell you some of the stories that I could pull up from my very own memory and attest to, so. I don't have that merit badge, but maybe others of us do.
I think the other question that was asked about the zoning issue, and I'm assuming the question was whether they have to comply with our zoning ordinances.
Right. And North Carolina, and before any ABC store can be opened, just yesterday, we're going to move one of our stores off close to Burlington Road and 840. We just purchased some property there. And we went to the North Carolina ABC Commission, and there was an approval there. And through that process, there's an investigation process that the North Carolina ALE, alcohol law enforcement, does for any ABC store that's open. And they do look at how far you are from a school, church, and daycare. They account into all of those things whenever they're doing that investigation on those properties.
And I'll let the other council members have a chance to speak here, but it came to my attention that this week that Senate Bill 527 was passed and signed by the governor and became law. And I'm still, you know, working my way through all these new rules. I have to read the summary. I'm not capable of necessarily reading the
There's a lot in it.
actual law. But do you have any comment about these new changes that we need to be taking into account?
I think if you were concerned, personally, from a public safety standpoint, the only thing that gives me any concern would be the cocktails to go, which would be in a bar or restaurant. But when you talk to most bar owners or restaurants, that's really not something that I've personally talked to in the area, that's something that they see as something that they're going to do anyway, just because, you know, they're just not going to do it. People haven't been requesting that from them since COVID, and it wasn't a big thing during COVID for a lot of them either. So whenever the laws were restricted on that. But that would be not something that we're doing. But really, there was nothing, you know, those would be the biggest things in the law. There were a lot of things around mixed beverage, what bars and restaurants could do that were changed, so, in that law.
Now, you said it would take, I think, from my memory, it would probably take 3 years to get one up and running.
2 to 3 years, sir. Yes, sir. If we do have to build a store, yes, sir.
Right.
Currently, that's what it's taking.
Let's say this board wanted to do this, and then a future board didn't want an ABC store in their town. What avenues do they have? Is there any avenues after that?
You could cancel the agreement after the initial term of the agreement to get the return on investment back out of the property. I'm sure that could be, if you wanted to cancel earlier, there would have to be an agreement on, some agreement on the property, what the cost would be to settle up on that, to make the Greensboro ABC board whole for that.
Is the Greensboro ABC board buys the property?
Yes, sir.
Does the initial cash outlays?
I'm sorry?
And they do the initial cash outlays?
Yes, sir.
What if you decided to close it down? Because you're gonna pay for the store out of the proceeds from the store, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens if you do decide to sell the store, you decide to sell the store?
If we
Where do
close
the
it down and
proceeds go?
sold that, the monies would go back to the municipality for that property.
I also noticed that you do a grant program.
Yes, sir.
Who decides the percentage? How is that done? Would we have any influence on the grants?
The state, there's a statute on that. There's a 7% of our profits before distributions has to go to the alcohol education funds. This past year, I think it was about $225,000 we gave out. And we have a committee on our board. We have 2 board members, myself and our HR director, who are on that committee. We take applicants in, and then we make decisions on those through that application process on who gets how much. And I'd say one of the programs that was very good this year was North Carolina A&T actually applied for a grant and paid them about $26,000. And part of that was they have a program where all their freshmen attend in orientation, and there's a segment on that in their orientation process about the problems that can come through drug use and alcohol use, which we think is a good thing because you're getting people on the front end trying to educate them about it so that they don't end up on the other end where we're trying to help people that have had substance abuse issues, which we know is an issue.
We're gonna sell it to them, and we're gonna use the profits to educate them not to do it.
Yes, sir.
That sounds pretty good.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah, yeah.
But I would say this system is better than the prohibition. I mean, there are controls. We do believe in the responsible sale of spirituous liquor, which we do. We are very responsible. We contract with Greensboro Police Department. They do a very good job for us, inspecting all the permittees and all the other efforts that they do to protect the community.
If I could, I don't want to. I just want to go back to what Mr. Jones said. I wasn't saying. I was just saying that this current board, we're not discussing putting it in front of the Dollar General. I'm not saying what happened in 17 because I wasn't here, but it may have been a discussion. Sounds like it was, but there's no discussion on anybody on this board to put it in front of that spot. I don't even know if there's a spot there to put it, but it wouldn't.
Well, I can say on our behalf, we have not looked at I have not looked at any property with my real estate agent. So there's been no discussion of property at all in Stokesdale, other than me just driving around as I've come up here doing a little research on the area.
Yeah. Mr. Sullivan, it's not your fault that we haven't examined our ordinances to see that we have a proper governance over the location of an ABC store. It seems like we're getting the cart in front of the horse a little bit since we haven't done that. I for one, think it needs to be done, but I'm against the ABC store anyway. But yet and still, a farmer doesn't go out and buy livestock until he has a barn and a fence up. And so I just feel like it's something that needs to be addressed. And I'm not convinced that all our citizens are fully informed about this. And it becomes such a difficult issue because, one neighbor drinks and another one doesn't, and when you bring these things up, somebody inevitably feels like you're telling them they can't drink or when they can drink or how much they can drink. When I'm, somebody on my side of the fence is trying to get them, hey, think about this, think about that, and let's, if we're going to do this, let's just make sure that we have, reasonable boundaries and that sort of thing. There's just not enough money from your alcohol business to compel me to vote for this. And so that's true. But speaking of money, when I look at this new law, from what I understand, prior to this, if there was a restaurant in Stokesdale and we had a store, they would be required to buy from our store. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So this new law changed that, and any restaurant or bar could buy from any store in Guilford County.
That's correct. Yes,
okay,
sir.
So how would you anticipate that impacting our profits from a potential store? Are we going to? Does anybody know how that's going to impact the revenue?
We don't. We're actually, my staff, we were talking about this week how we're going to deal with that when somebody comes in, because we have to set up each customer. We have to have their permit, make sure that they have everything correct. We can't just have. I can't have somebody coming in that I don't know saying, hey, I'm going to order this for my bar or restaurant, whether that, to find out whether that's true or not. They pay me cash and they're gone. I don't know what they've done. So we're having to make sure we've got some controls in place. We don't anticipate this being a big issue because most of the ABC boards have similar products. I think this was just there were some boards that were having issues with getting products from a board within a county like ours, and they just wanted the option if one board was out of what they wanted, then they could go over to the other board and buy that product that they wanted. And if that board didn't carry it, really, I think is what the provision in the law was for.
So we really don't know how that's gonna impact, the whole system at the moment, the recent change.
But I would
As far as the issue of the delivery and cocktails to go and that sort of thing, it seems like that takes away some of the impetus for us to have an ABC store, because if I'm understanding the law, this new law correctly, someone could place we're moving towards a point where somebody can place an order with the Walnut Cove store, the Oak Ridge store, wherever, and have their alcohol delivered to them by a qualified person that's...
No, that is not accurate in the law. The ABC, that is not happening yet. That's only for pre-mix, it's only for cocktails to go. It's not for ABC stores to deliver.
Okay, so it has to, they can order up to 2 drinks that are sealed and it has to be ordered with a meal.
Yeah, that would be like you going to buy a mixed drink at the restaurant with your to-go order, and then you've got 2 cups and you take them home as a pre-mixed drink. That would be from a bar or restaurant.
That's legal?
That is now legal in the state of North Carolina.
And
yes, sir.
so, I know, I laugh about it. I have friends from Louisiana, and they talk about the drive up.
Yes.
Somehow you can drive up and get a mixed drink, just like you're driving up at McDonald's and ordering a cheeseburger and french fries.
Correct.
And I guess you just hit the road with it and drink while you're driving. I don't know. But we've all laughed about that. And I've done a lot of reading since this has come up.
Right.
I've read stories that, there are places where these stores are not well operated. There's been a lot of fraud committed over the years at various places. There's been accusations of inefficiency, and there is some crime that occurs just outside of these establishments. All of it, of course, scares me, not a big surprise. Yes, I am just very concerned about this. Stokesdale just kind of has healed from a period of time when we had a lot of establishments that provided alcohol on the weekends, and we had a lot of people getting in a lot of trouble one way or the other, whether it be traffic or assaults and it kind of gave Stokesdale a black eye reputation-wise. Fortunately, most of it was confined to those particular locales, but there would be every Friday and Saturday night, if it wasn't pouring down rain or freezing cold, there'd be people wandering up and down the roads in Stokesdale at midnight, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, until they arrived where they were going, or I have found them passed out and what have you. And so I'm just very concerned about what this board may be fixing to do here for a little bit of money that the town of Stokesdale may receive. I think this possibility may wind up paying it right back out and providing other services to deal with this. But from what I understand, the ABC system is just barely hanging on in North Carolina. There are those legislators that want to scrap it all together and go to private sales. And if that happens, from what I understand, the ABC stores will be sold out to the state at the highest bidder. The inventory will be sold, and it'll be converted to a private system. And then, the town of Stokesdale still won't receive anything.
So I think what I'd say is 2019 was the last time that there was a real effort on the legislature's part, and that was with Representative McGrady up in the western part of the state. And he's actually now on the board chair for one of the boards up there. I think it's Brevard. And he said really the thing that he was trying to do was they had an efficiency study conducted in 2012, and I think a lot of ABC boards across the state did ignore that. And I think what he was trying to do was to kind of light a fire to get the boards to say, hey, we're serious, so we're going to privatize that. And I think what you would see since 2019, there have been an influx of more business people running this, like myself. I came from outside industry for Target to run it. I'm running it like a business. I look at it as a state-regulated retailer is what we're doing. It's an enterprise business that the state has. And when it's run well, and when it's run well across all levels, legal, responsible sale, and everything, it's a great operation for the state. Since then, since 2019, we've also had a change in the chairman of the ABC Commission. Chairman Hank Bauer, who's been a great advocate for the ABC system. He's done a superb job helping us get some of the products in state that some people want that drink, especially the bourbons, allocated bourbons and things. And what we've seen with that is North Carolina has now, and along with the population growth in North Carolina, that's the other piece. You got a lot of people moving into the state. We've got some economic people, development folks that have done a great job. I mean, your area, as you said, is getting ready to explode with growth here over the next decade. But what we've seen is that North Carolina now is actually the third highest volume in sales of control states, the 17 control states across the United States. We'll do approximately $2 billion in sales as an ABC system for North Carolina. Last year, we gave almost $750 million back to the general fund of North Carolina, not to mention the local municipality distributions.
Well, that doesn't really give me a warm, fuzzy feeling, but in your last visit, I asked if you had any possible income projections for a store that would be located in Stokesdale. Do you have anything tonight?
It's going to be close to what we're doing probably initially is the Fleming Road store at that store. So you'd probably be looking at initially $30,000 to $50,000 first year out of the gate for the town.
But you don't have a written pro forma?
No, sir, I do not.
Any kind of,
no, sir.
anything
I haven't done that because,
right,
and
I
I haven't done that
alcohol
because
engineer, I don't know how these things are done.
Yeah, it's a lot of things, but really the thing that's going to drive it the most is how much we spend on that property, and that's what's going to, that first 10 years is really going to lay out what the profit distributions are going to look like.
And you've mentioned in your last meeting that you favored purchasing property versus renting property. If there's the town is going to have a financial stake in this too, in a way, if we allow this. It seems like if you had some feeling that the political winds were going to blow the other way and the system was going to be sold out, that you would want to rent.
Correct. That's why I want to build. I don't see the system going away before I quit working in the ABC system, which hopefully I will retire from.
I was looking online at different ABC agencies and found a performance audit for the Triad Municipal Agency, and then some other ones around here. Some other ones, the audits were good, and others were not good.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find an audit for the Greensboro ABC.
That's something I can get you if you'd like to see that this last year's, and we just finished up this past year. So we'll just finish to close the books, and we'll have our audit July 22nd.
Okay.
That'll be the week of July 22nd when our auditors come in.
How often are you audited?
We once a year, just as the state requires.
To what extent are your minutes, communications, and documents requestable as a public information request from citizens?
We have them on file. Previously, we have done everything paper, so it's in-house. We have just, over the last year, I've worked on getting our website updated, and we are now this year going to work on getting all of our minutes uploaded so that they will be available electronically, but that's something that we're working on right now.
Well, I suppose, I mean.
But anytime you requested them, anybody could call us, request it, and as any public records, we would send those minutes, email those minutes to that person who would request
Well,
those.
if I contacted your board and say I want all the communications between the Greensboro ABC board and any town council member of Town of Stokesdale or Town of Stokesdale staff member, you would be able to provide that.
You could do a public records request for that, yes, sir.
Have you done any economic viability study for Stokesdale, or is this just in your head? Like, what is your process? Mr. Logan back there mentioned there is a new store on
Right.
68, and then you get to Oak Ridge, and there's a store. I mean, at some point, you're going to have either diminishing returns, or it's just not going to be viable. You know, we're a small town.
You are, but I think I kind of look like it at Stokesdale, I'm not Stokesdale, Summerville, excuse me. When we first started working with Summerfield, there were about the same number of residents in Summerfield. It was around 5,000 people in Summerfield. Started out rather small, but as Summerfield has grown up through 220, and I think that's what you're going to see through this 220 corridor, you're going to start seeing expansive growth. I think you're seeing it. We know the 421 corridor from Wilkesboro down through Fayetteville is getting ready to grow, and there are people coming. So part of what I'm doing is I'm trying to get ahead of that growth as well. because land is cheaper now. It's going to just go up the price is going to increase as more people move here. And the town is going to continue to grow. This whole part of the county is going to grow. Southern Rockingham County is going to continue to grow. You probably have people from Southern Rockingham County coming down and shopping at grocery stores here. And while they're here, they may stop and buy something at the ABC store.
Mr. Sullivan, have you ever looked at the CDC, the numbers of alcoholics, of people that drink?
It's been a long time since I've looked at it, but I trust what you're
looked
telling me.
Not too long ago, and I think it said males, 20% become alcoholics, which means they end up having a problem, and bad problems when you become an alcoholic. And that means 4 out of 5 are going to handle it, I guess. Women, it's 10%. And I'm sure that varies. We're sitting here as a council. We're the government. We're supposed to be protectors of people. And we're looking at having big numbers, third out of all the folks that are doing it. And every time those numbers go up, that just means we're selling more to people that are going to, 1 of 5, that's going to have problems. And I guess they're going to do it anyway. That's what we're saying. And I'm going to tell you something. I didn't raise my kids up like that. I didn't raise my kids to say, they're going to sell it anyway. They're going to do this anyway. Somebody's going to do it. We might as well get our share. I didn't raise them that way. I didn't coach kids that way. We're the government. We're supposed to be protecting people. Yeah, they're going to buy it in Oak Ridge. They're going to buy it in Summerfield, and they're going to be able to fluff up their budget and do a Redmond house or something. I wish one of you guys would stop this.
So, when I came here tonight, I stopped at the little store right over here, and the 2 people in front of me in line each bought a single individual beer. And we all know that they're probably drinking it when they got in the car. I was in law enforcement 30 years. I know it happens all the time. We have 520 Lane down here right in the middle of downtown Stokesdale, near church, near daycare, near school. Never been brought up at this council, not one time. And nor has the sale of alcohol at the Buy Right or any other Dollar General, I'm pretty sure sells it, that's right across from a school, right across from daycare. So, we can mince words and we can, but I think if we're going to say that this is for the betterment of the society, then let's just go ahead and end our relationship with all ABC permits in the town. And let's kick out the 520 Lane cannabis oil and all that stuff and vaping and everything else that's just as dangerous and just as more addicting now than anything. But we're selling it right up here on Main Street, and not one person on this council has ever brought up the dangers of vaping, the dangers of cannabis, or beer sales or wine sales in this town.
We are not selling anything. They are selling it.
We are allowing it to be
They're
sold.
business owners.
We're allowing it to be
Their
sold.
business owners are selling it.
But through our ordinances, through our approval of their permits that we do have to approve before they can sell alcohol in their stores, that we have allowed it.
Well, they haven't been on any agenda here. If you put it on the agenda for this board to discuss vape stores and what have you, I certainly wouldn't try to stop you. I'm certainly ready to have that conversation. There again, it's like the beer, the wine, and the liquor. It's a legal product, far as I know, but I can't speak to how exactly it's regulated. I don't think minor children are allowed in those stores, from what I can recall. Never been in one. I don't vape, but again, all this inch by inch, takes away from our quality of life in Stokesdale. And once it's gone, it's gone. We all know those stores are there. We all know that our local merchants sell beer and wine, but how much is too much? And so, Stokesdale has had a kind of a rough history with alcohol, and I don't want to see us digress from back to where we came from. And there may be those who would take exception to my comments, but there's also some demographic differences here. I think there's a chunk of our population is not as well financed as
some of the folks in, let's say, Oak Ridge and Summerfield, to pick on them for a moment. So if they get a ticket for driving impaired, or they lose their job, it's not as easy for them to pick themselves up and keep going through life, to hire that attorney that can be expensive, or pay for that automobile they wrecked, or whatever else has befallen them. And this is, I don't think this is a night and day issue, Mr. Rigsby. It's kind of shades of gray, but you know, I certainly, those are, a lot of those people that are kind of on the lower economic scale are the ones that I would be concerned about the most. And I don't like the idea of telling anybody what to do, but government tells me every day I gotta wear my seatbelt. We tell people riding motorcycles they have to wear their helmet, and on the list goes. No, I don't want to tell anybody what to do either. I'm not gonna participate in something that, and then want to get the profits out. I mean, we're you have to give a percentage of the money to, you know, for programs, because the stuff's so bad. You know, we plant seeds here. I mean, we planted a seed for the park, playground equipment. We do things like that. And I'm gonna tell you something, you plant seeds, you reap what you sow. And we're gonna plant a seed here, and we won't see it, you won't know it, you won't know the problems. You might not know the guy that happens to be right there, that he wants to do something, and maybe he won't go down the road, but it's there in front of him. And you won't know that. You won't know that happens. But you will. We'll reap what we sow. So, and they do other places too. And the government, the government shouldn't have ever been in this business to start with. And I know, I've said it to you the last time, that I know you're trying to control it. But, and I might be different if it wasn't placed here and there, but I mean, just to sit here and be looking at, we're the number 3 out of 15 or 16 people, and then knowing that there's 20% of those people is gonna have miserable lives because of the product we're selling. I can't participate in it. I'm not telling anybody what to do, by no means. I've been on all sides of these things. And I know the horror stories, but I still wouldn't tell anybody. This has to be what they do. But as, you know, as being on council, I can't participate in doing that, knowing what seeds I'm planting. And like I say, I know other people are gonna do it, and that's their business. Who knows, I may start doing it myself. I hope not, but you guys do, you know, if you wanna plant those seeds, sow them. But what you reap, if you put an apple tree, you're gonna get an apple. So.
I gotta throw my 2 cents worth in, if I may. Jimmy, I'm sorry, didn't mean to
Oh, no,
interrupt.
I'm sorry. I just, that's pretty much, I don't think, I've got other questions I could ask about the stores, and things, you know, like one is, who appoints the board?
For our board, the Greensboro ABC Board, the City Council of Greensboro appoints our 5 board members. And then the board member that you wanted, this town council would select that person.
Would that be a voting member?
That would not be a voting member, no, sir.
Okay, so we're giving over to the Greensboro City Council, and we don't even have a voting member. But y'all know how I feel. I probably won't say, if we go forward with this, of course, I will try to protect the town the best I can with, you know, any ideas, the contract and everything, and make sure that we get the best deal. But I would really encourage somebody to say, let's just don't do this. But, you know, I respect Mr. Rigsby for putting this, you know, I would never try to block what he's trying to, when he puts something forward or anything, to talk about it. So, I've said about all I need. Probably didn't say too much.
What's the objective of a non-voting board member?
It's so that you do have a voice on the board, and to participate in the board business, as an informational piece, and then also you, as a forum to speak to the board on decisions they're making.
do they get to sit at the same table?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And if you knew what to check with, like I said, Mr. Mark Brown over in Summerfield, former mayor of Summerfield, he's the person they've appointed for Summerfield. And he, like I said, he attends every meeting. Yes, sir.
If we don't have one community in the county without an ABC store, what do we use for a litmus test? How do you compare one community with and without? So I'd like for Stokesdale to be that community that doesn't have an ABC store henceforth and forward. People make choices. The people I talk to that move to Stokesdale, I've never heard of, hey, it's perfect like being here, but there's one thing, I need an ABC store. I just have never heard that. This has mostly been, in my experience, been driven by those that want to sell some property for a restaurant, ABC store, et cetera, or those that wanted to operate an establishment selling your product. And so, it's a legal product. I'm not trying to suggest we go back to prohibition, but if it's not dangerous, why is it so heavily regulated? And if it's dangerous, then I don't want it in my community if I have any say about it.
To offer, a little input on that, maybe the litmus test could be, the last 15 years. It's been 15 years since 60% of the citizens voted, for an ABC store in Stokesdale, and one has not operated. It's been about 20 years since Summerfield and Oak Ridge have, their citizens voted for an ABC store. I think Summerfield was 56% and Oak Ridge was 57%. So they were all fairly close, but of course they're operating there in Summerfield and Oak Ridge. So maybe that would be a good litmus test to make that desired comparison. Any potential negative impacts that the ABC stores have had in Summerfield and or Oak Ridge, and I know of none, but at the same time I haven't necessarily dug into that. I'm not fundamentally against an ABC store in Stokesdale. I'm definitely not going to take any action tonight. I mean, this has kind of been all over the place. The agenda items to ratify a 2017 action to negotiate an agreement with the Greensboro ABC. I don't have any kind of paper in front of me of what happened in 2017. So I mean, that's a no-go for me. And as far as I guess it's my ignorance, so my apologies. What does need to happen? I mean, I'm a little hesitant to vote for an agreement when I don't have an agreement to vote for.
No, we're only voting, what we're discussing is voting to create an agreement, to start creating an agreement, to create a relationship, we're not voting to approve anything that's, we're just voting to move forward to.
That's not what the agenda item is.
And we modified the agenda item at the beginning of the meeting.
I know, we modified it to consider ratify action of 2017.
Which was to enter into I think they entered into an agreement, correct?
No.
No, they did not.
In 2017, the board authorized negotiations with the Greensboro ABC board, which never materialized. And so before we, so the question is do you want to have negotiations with the ABC board or not about locating a board here? And I can, we have the minutes from that 2017 meeting where it was done, if that's the concern. All they authorized to happen then.
I don't doubt the minutes exist. I do doubt they exist in this packet, to reference.
They are in the building, Mr. Foy.
Well, they're online too, if I wanted to go there.
Okay, well, fine. I mean, I told you.
Yeah,
I had them at the last meeting. I didn't bring them tonight.
Let's put it to bed.
All I'm saying is I can't ratify an action from 2017 that I don't see what the action was. And that is the agenda item. Please correct me if I'm wrong, about that.
No, I think that's it. Maybe this is neither here and there, but Mr. Winfrey and the rest of you, the way I interpret my job here and the way this is laid out by the state legislators, they put a provision into law that allowed the citizens to petition this board to hold a referendum, or to allow this board, or previous board, to hold that referendum, and we know the results of the referendum. That law was in place to keep this board from doing that independent of the citizens. But the way I interpret all this is not necessarily requiring this board to affiliate with any particular ABC board or start our own ABC board or do anything. It was just a consent from the citizens to allow to give this board the authority to pursue this if this board chose to do so. Now,
That's correct. I mean, yeah, so the referendum was a necessary but not sufficient step to having an ABC board store in Stokesdale. And then that authorized, and the next step was the negotiations with the Greensboro ABC board, which the 2017 board, town council said, yes, we approve that on 3-2 vote. And so the intention tonight was to say, is that still the preference of the board to allow negotiations to proceed with the Greensboro ABC board or not? Any agreement would have to come back for your approval once there's been a negotiated agreement, then it would come back to this board for approval. So this is, I guess it's confusing. We didn't, in 2017, did not approve any particular agreement. It said we'll authorize negotiations with the Greensboro ABC board. So any agreement's going to have to come back here for your approval before the Greensboro City Council approves it. I assume it would go in that order.
Yeah, that's correct. It goes, both councils have to agree on it, and then the ABC Commission actually has to sign off on that as well. Just a two-step process. And then once that's happened, then we can move forward with getting the store set up, how we're gonna get the store set up, where we're gonna purchase and all that. In that case, there's no reason to put the cart before the horse. You're talking about property, where you're gonna put it. There's no reason for us to do anything until there's an agreement in place.
Right.
And that's why, to your point, we're not gonna put the cart before the horse. Gotta have an agreement in place before we put those efforts into looking where the best location would be. That would satisfy this council's,
Mr. Sullivan,
recommendations.
the Greensboro City Council appoints these members of your board. Is that common for a system like Guilford County, Greensboro and Guilford County?
Yes, sir.
For the city system to expand into the county and for the towns out in the county not to have a voting?
So that's where the 21st Amendment, it's a history lesson, but that's where the 21st Amendment to the Constitution with prohibition, it was a state right on how states wanted to set up to sell liquor. And North Carolina is the only state like this in the United States on how the ABC system works. It's not a state-run system. It's a county or it's a municipality system. And Greensboro did not have an ABC board until 1951. So it was a dry county for a very long time. The county does not have an ABC system. We cannot go outside of the city of Greensboro city limits unless we want to merge with another board like Stokesdale, like we've done with Summerfield, like Triad did with Oak Ridge. That's the only way you can do it per statute, is to have a board. Again, North Carolina is a unique system. It's the only system like it. And the appointing authority would be the municipality that the entity is in. So like us, City of Greensboro is appointed by the City Council. If there were a Guilford County system, it would be appointed by the county commissioners. But there is no Guilford County ABC system.
All right, well, I'll just, again, I don't fundamentally oppose an ABC store. My only reason for wanting it though is to help the town financially. Mm-hmm. I think one would, what Mr. Walker and Jimmy have said, it's hard, I think it'd be hard for anybody for that not to resonate with them. I'll be direct with you. I was really taken back by this whole, I mean, a lot of people here may not know this, but somewhere along the line, the Greensboro ABC butchered the statute with Stokesdale, about, does this need to go to referendum or not? So that's why I'm asking questions operationally about Greensboro ABC. And I have not found that performance audit online. And please do, I know you're new, so please do not take that as anything against you. But it does reflect on the Greensboro ABC.
And if I could speak on that 2017, the real reason that I didn't not go any further than 2017 was because there were emails with the then administrator, and I got the name wrong the last time. His name was Bob Hamilton. He was the administrator at the ABC Commission, actually said that it did not meet statute requirements. He was incorrect in his assessment of the vote at the time. That was what I was basing my information. We're on emails, and I've shared those with your town attorney. That's why Greensboro stopped at that point, because the ABC Commission was not going to sign off on it because they said it did not meet the threshold requirements. They read the statute wrong. Looking back at it now, you had to have a minimum number of 1,000 registered voters for it to count. It didn't matter if 1,000 showed up or not. And the way they read it was that you had less than 1,000 people vote on that referendum. So that's why Bob Hamilton's interpretation was from the ABC Commission, so they were not going to sign off on it.
Yeah, but you would think that there would be checks, and you would think there would have been somebody there and said, "Whoa, stop! That's not right." But that didn't happen, and it is what it is.
But I think
it's still really perplexing to me.
Yeah. Well, and I understand that, but I think it goes back to administration changes, and that person is no longer there, and they're different people at the ABC Commission. And I think now what we're finding is much better interpretation of statute when there are questions asked of the ABC Commission. That would be my comment on it. Being in the ABC system for 5 years, so I've seen it get even better over the last 5 years. It's much more responsive. They're supporting the boards better, making boards. You talked about accountability. Last year, they put some rules in place on boards that didn't get their audits in on time. The previous year, there were 72 boards in the state that didn't get their audits in on time. They penalized those boards with some restrictions on product, and this past year, I think it was down to 10. So they're trying to put things in place to make sure that the boards are following the rules, because the ABC Commission is they're a regulatory agency. That's what they're there, is to regulate the ABC boards. If there's nobody there regulating it, then things are going to go awry. And I think that's what we've seen as a much better system, because things at the North Carolina ABC Commission are being run much better.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that. That's just the hesitation that I have. I'd like to see the audits, and you've given an impressive presentation tonight in addressing some questions, and but yeah, I mean, that is a thing for me. If we're going to go this route operationally,
right? How's
the parent organization, if you will?
Right. And I think, like I said, the North Carolina ABC Commission is I feel like is much better run. They've had some organizational changes. And I think even in Greensboro ABC, since I've been there, and in Durham too, I made a lot of organizational changes with the organizational chart just to get them to run more like a business. It's like our warehouse. We have one of the largest warehouses in the state. We're able to distribute our own product. We receive the product in and distribute to all of our stores. Have a team of people that do that, and by doing that, we save money. We've got our cost of goods down much lower than the state average, which we're proud of, because that's a way for us to give back to the citizens of the municipalities that we serve.
Mr. Sullivan, one thing here that you could clarify for me: how old does a person have to be to shop in your ABC stores?
We say under 18. I think 17 to 18. 17 to 21, they're not supposed to come into the store. We do have people with young children not leaving cars. We allow them to come in. That's that person's preference on that. But we don't want individuals coming in that 17 to 21 age range alone in the store. They should not be in the stores.
Okay, so this change in the law that allows 15-year-olds to work in a ABC permitted establishment,
that's not us.
Those are restaurants and bars.
Correct.
Those are not ABC stores. We're not going to go into a ABC store and a 15-year-old.
We don't hire any. You have to be 21 to work for us. To work for a Greensboro ABC, you have to be 21 years of age.
Thank you for that clarification.
if someone violates the transactions, for example, the sales clerk sells to a 19-year-old, who's penalized?
The clerk is, they're criminally charged, and then they are terminated employment with us.
And that's designed to keep people straight.
Yes, sir.
What does the store pay, anything?
No, it's on that individual. We do very comprehensive training when everybody starts. We review it regularly. I go over it, and I could say we haven't had that happen in the last 2 years. Anybody that's happened to. We do a very good job with it, and we have a whole program training we go on to on how we card everybody when they come into the store.
Where were you 35 years ago when I went in the convenience store business? Luckily, I've only been penalized probably 3 to 4 times.
Right.
But it hurts.
Right. But I tell you, and on training, that's an important part. A couple years ago, there was some surveys done in like family fare convenience stores. They do a very comprehensive training on underage because they know the downside, to your point, how much it costs if they sell to somebody underage. And they have a much lower rate because of the training, very similar to what we do, to make sure that they're not selling to underage. And they have a much lower rate of selling to underage in their convenience stores because convenience stores are historically a problem.
Well, I'd really appreciate seeing those audits, for the last 5 years, and
okay.
And it's obvious you came kind of from the private sector. You're very impressive, and
Well, thank you.
yeah.
Well, and again, we're trying to run it for the business, and I take it very seriously coming to the ABC system. I've been very active working with the ABC Commission as well as the North Carolina Association of ABC Boards because we really do have the best of both worlds. While some people are opposed, we respect that, but I think this is the best system because it's not in a grocery store, it's not in a convenience store where kids are walking by the product, and you're going to see a lot of innovation products. If you looked at the first change in that Bill 527, they're going to remove the tax for mixed beverage customers on the canned cocktails, which are canned drinks that people get with spirits in them. And there's some states where Pepsi and some other companies are making products like that based, and they're in grocery stores, and there's a confusion, and there's going to be a whole thing probably federally on that, but we don't have that here. We don't sell those products here, but that's just an example of why having an ABC store segregated the way we control it to sell responsibly, I think is a good we're selling responsibly. We believe in that, and I think we do a good job of that day in and day out and continue to run the business better and better every day.
Good. All right. You've answered my questions. Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
Do you want to make a motion, Mr. Rigsby?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna make a motion. I propose that the council ratify the decision previously approved by the council in 2017 to allow initial negotiations with the Greensboro ABC Board to place a store within the Stokesdale town limits, understanding that this is not a final decision nor a final contract decision. It's just to enter informal or formal negotiations.
Do you want to vote?
I need a second.
I'll second to get your vote. It's a month early for me. I'll need to see those, but, I will comment that I've heard, I believe from, I've had 0 citizens reach out to me opposed to this, and I've had 0 citizens reach out to me for this. So I may have missed an email or a phone call, but, that is worth it. And Jimmy, I'm not counting you, but we've talked about it. Yeah.
I will say I've not had anybody opposed, but I've had a few reach out not necessarily reach out, but people I've seen out. Had dinner with some people the other night that mentioned it.
There's been a few that I've solicited their comments on, and they're just like, yeah, why not? But I've had nobody say,
Nobody like formally reached out either. I'm the same way with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I missed an email, but, it's always possible.
Okay.
I've had several reach out to me against, whether it was email or telephone or whatever, but let me just say one thing. I don't know that I don't know that it works out reason-wise, but it makes sense in my mind. I'm probably the only convenience store operator in the state of North Carolina who fought the lottery. I hate it. I hate the whole idea of it. It feeds off of the lowest income people that we have, much like alcohol, But it's voluntary. It is a voluntary tax. If you don't want to pay the voluntary tax, don't buy yourself a lottery ticket. Alcohol's got different drives. It's got, it creates different desires. I understand that. In an effort of full disclosure, my father was an alcoholic, and he was a working alcoholic. He wasn't abusive. He didn't beat any of us up. He could be verbally abusive real quick, but when it came to physical or whatever, none of that happened. But he worked every day. It's the choices that we make. And I'll go back to my convenience store days. When I first got in the business, I didn't take food stamps. Why didn't I take food stamps? Because I morally thought, if you get public assistance, you can't afford to shop in my store. I'm charging a premium price. It's the way it works. So you shouldn't be in my store. Well, it didn't take me very long to realize Walmart doesn't really care where they get their money. If you privatize ABC stores, you'll have to go to a Walmart to buy it. It's the only way it'll work. Go to South Carolina. The little mom and pops are probably starving, but the big discount places are thriving. I'll call the vote. Jim?
Aye.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry, was there further discussion?
Yeah. We're doing this for the money. I mean, that's what we're doing it for.
I agree.
We're doing it for the money.
Well-
We're saying that everybody else does it. We might as well do it too. We might as well get our fair share. If that's, you wanna sow those seeds, and I promise you, it's gonna affect some people that it might not affect. And it's gonna do it in this town. So you're gonna sow the seed right here in this town. And, you won't see it, but there'll be a few extra divorces, a few extra car wrecks. So, we can, I've always thought Stokesdale was a great place because we weren't like everybody else. So I guess we just need to be like everybody else. If that's what y'all want to do, y'all go ahead and do it. Stokesdale will start sliding into everybody else, and Pastor Walker hit it nail on the head. I remember back when I thought the highway was coming through, I was going around areas looking for places to live, and all over the place, thinking, where can I buy some property and everything. I thought, man, I just don't want this road to come through because I want to live in Stokesdale, and still do. And I don't, I just hate to see it. We do good with our budget. 30 years, we've had no tax. I guess we're the biggest town in North Carolina that doesn't have a property tax. Is there more things we can have? Oh, we can have lots of things. We can have lots of stuff. I buried a couple of friends in the last week, and none of them carried any of it with them. So do what you want to, sow the seeds.
I just want to clarify, money, our job on the council is budget and money. But it's not solely, I don't drink a whole lot, if any. But, if I did, I'd like to support Stokesdale and get it close by so I don't have to drive all the way to Oak Ridge and support Kernersville. But, so there is some convenience factors there as well. And I'm just ended in my comments with this. I think the seeds have been sowed from an alcohol standpoint when we put the seal on the town seal and we sit underneath of it every day. So, I'll just go from there. But I'm aye.
Is there
anything
any
further?
seeds have been sowed?
I have asked myself how I would vote if that town seal was up for approval today. I don't have a problem with that still being on our town seal if as a matter of history. And it should be a warning to some of our council members is what it should be. And maybe it was intended as a warning, I don't know. But it's at times it's humorous. But it's a part of a town's history. But some of this history hadn't been good, guys, and I pray, I wish y'all wouldn't do this. There's no, for those that are left behind with this, or that have to live with it, there's no do-over for us. Like Mr. Landers says, we gotta look for a place to leave if we don't like it. But right now, the town has a positive image. We have people moving here, almost more people want to move here than can be readily accommodated. And I'm just not sure what the problem is that you're trying to fix here. Trying to be like everybody else, it's, free money, but yet Mr. Sullivan, with all due respect, stands before us and doesn't have any projections in writing from any industry expert, accountant, anything so far as projected sales based on households, per capita consumption. We're making this decision to pursue this money when we have no study. Well, I'm not making this decision, but y'all don't have anything to guide you and weigh the risk with the possible income. This is $30,000, $50,000 a year maybe, but Mr. Sullivan has reminded us that they got to pay for land, and which it doesn't come cheap, and a building. So at the end of the day, this could be significantly less. I wish I had it pulled up. Patty Stokes in our paper in 2012 did an article that basically demonstrated to me that these ABC stores don't necessarily all bring in big bucks. But I don't want to belabor the point. But this is going to give me a headache.
Give me one, but you can talk about them steals all you want to. I've lived here. I know the people that got killed in the car wrecks, because of some of those steals. The kids I grew up with didn't have mom and daddy. And the divorces and just different things like that. So, I mean, that's not something that, it was seed sowed. I thought we kind of got away from that kind of stuff.
I didn't think we'd ever have a board that would take us a step backwards from where the previous council has paid for an additional law enforcement contract that cost this town a lot of money over a period of time. And the catalyst for this was basically alcohol related. I'd be happy to discuss this with anyone, but there's a few things I know and a few things that are inferred to me, and I think there's some people you could go and talk to this day as to why that was done. And I have had relatives and friends that have answered these calls at bars in Stokesdale. I spoke to a gentleman yesterday that was retired from the Guilford County Sheriff's Department that said, "Oh yeah, I remember them well. I have been within an inch of losing my life at the whistle stop," and he related a story to me. So it ain't gonna be on me, but I hope it turns out to be just a bump in the road and everything goes okay, because that's the best outcome for our citizens.
Tim mentioned having some operational questions still, and and I understand you can't necessarily give a financial projection, but again, I'd like to see the performance audit to answer the operational questions that I do have, because I've seen triads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we'll get you those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one aye vote from Mr. Rigsby. Mr. Foy?
Nay.
Mr. Landreth?
Nay.
Mr. Jones?
I am nay.
I'm aye.
All right.
The motion does not carry.
It's probably be revisited next month, I think.
To be revisited next month. Consideration to resolve outstanding water bill debts owed to the town of Stokesdale Water Enterprise Fund.
That's just a procedure to, clean the books up. It's not to,
We're not going
not to let anybody off the hook or anything like that. It's just, zero it out where it don't come up. And
Yeah, we're not gonna collect this money.
yeah, I mean, Kim, could you hit on that just a little bit, what we can do?
My understanding is, and I don't know the number of accounts, but there's
24.
that total, I think $6,000 roughly, is that?
Yes, $6,114.63.
And my understanding from talking to Ms. Hunsucker, I think most of these debts occurred during COVID when we could not cut off any utilities because of government mandates during the COVID period. So, so my understanding from also Ms. Hunsucker is that the security deposits that were paid were applied to these balances. And so now the balances following the application of those security deposits is the $6,000. There is a statute of limitations. I read the time limit as being 4 years to collect on the sale of goods, which we could have a decent argument that this is a sale of goods for 4 years. Ordinarily, breach of contract is 3 years. So, but I think under the UCC, you may be able to make an argument, and the Institute of Government suggests that 4 years is an appropriate statute of limitations. So any account that's over, if it's been more than 4 years since a payment was made, it's uncollectible if they raise the statute of limitations defense. So I guess the question is, do you, and I don't think any of these accounts, I don't know what the largest account is.
I do not have the detail in front of me
Okay.
on that. They are all inactive. I've got it now.
Okay, good.
Excuse me. They are all inactive. So the largest account, we have two. We have one that's $1,171.37, and we have one that is deceased that is $1,088.78.
Okay.
Those are our two largest.
Okay.
Were most of those just the fee that was being charged? Because, you know, at one time, you charged a dry tap fee, and then they quit doing the dry tap fee. That goes back to your 3 years versus 4 years. The water portion of the bill would be a product, which would probably fall under the 4 years. And the water probably wouldn't be that much. A lot of these are dry taps, and there's no product there.
Yeah.
So if you got a good attorney,
I'm sorry,
There are-
none of these
oh,
numbers
sorry.
should include a dry tap fee because council previously voted, and right or wrong, those were erased. So these have got to be either service fee, the monthly service charge, or for actual water provided. They would have to
Mr.
be.
Jones is correct. None of these are the dry tap fees.
there's no dry tap fees at all now?
No, because, no, the farthest that goes back on this is 2016. And Mr. Jones, you may have to help me on that, when that was done, but I believe it was after 16 when that was,
I'd have to dig for it, Ms. Thacker.
I can't remember but none of these include that. And as far as the 4-year statute limitations, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that would be under the 4-year at this time of the 24 accounts.
Gotcha.
So those, you're saying are not collectible. You got 5 that are collectible, still collectible.
Yes, they're under the 4 at this point. Actually,
And you would key it based on the last payment.
1, 2.
And the last payment was.
Now, we've tried to collect this, but have we not spent money trying to collect this before?
Yes, Briss she's worked hard to try to collect all
Yeah,
of
but,
these.
I mean, didn't we have an attorney doing some work with it at one time? I thought we did.
In the past, yes, that was before my time.
Right.
To answer your question, Jimmy, in the past, the town has employed an attorney, a couple of different attorneys that I can recollect.
the problem becomes the collection attorney doesn't want to take the smaller accounts. They have to reach a certain level before they're willing to invest the time to attempt to collect them. And so that has kind of held us back from being able to succeed with collections. I don't think it's necessarily fair, but that's just the problem that the board had. And then second to that, I think we've had attorneys tell us that we cannot vote because this is under statute becomes something that we cannot just vote and forgive. Mr. Winfrey, are you sure we okay if we vote to take these off the books? No, I'm not asking for it to be
Yeah,
forgiven.
I'm not sure I understand the motion to be, or I haven't heard a motion, but I'm not sure the plan would be to.
We're just trying to zero it out on the books. It comes up every month, and it looks like Priscilla's $6,000 behind. That's the only thing. I mean, I'm not trying to forgive anybody or anything. They used to be set aside after 90 days, I believe, into an uncollectible category or a delinquent category.
They are.
They're there, that's where they're at.
If everyone could take a look at the water enterprise account balance sheet.
What page you on?
Page 1 of the water enterprise balance sheet. It's agenda item 6B.
Inactive 90 days plus.
So what you have on there, inactive 90-plus days, it's being counted as an asset of 6,114, but Kim's got a contra account that offsets that asset.
That's correct. So it zeroes it out. It's zeroed out.
So, if we were to take any action, I would be in favor of removing this from the balance sheet, but still obviously reserve our right to pursue the debt until the statute of limitations, for lack of a better word, goes away. But it's debt that we're not gonna get, that one could say, looking at a balance sheet, why are you still counting it as an asset?
Yeah.
But you've got to do it until you formally consider it bad debt.
That's correct.
So you can, I think you can write it off without waiving your right to collect it if you have the ability.
And that's what I would like to see us do.
Right.
And I commend Kim for having the contra account, because it's not gonna change it won't change the total equity in the enterprise by a penny. This is an administrative move that makes a lot of sense. I think we did this about 3 years ago, so.
I guess you'd leave the accounts that were still, I mean, I don't know, but, it's time to do something with it. Does staff have a recommendation?
I am meeting with the auditor next Wednesday as well. And I will have this discussion with her on her recommendation, exactly how she would advise.
So we'll carry this over till August.
Yes.
Well,
That's fine.
I mean, she's going to agree with, removing, I'm with Derek. I agree if we can just, remove it from the balance sheet. However, they still stay open, especially these, what did I say, 4 or 5? It was a very few, that we still have that are collectible.
I mean, we're in good shape now because of our policies. We're not gonna have anything like thousands of dollars, not unless Culp or somebody like that,
Right.
does it. So, just see what we can do to clean it up.
So, but I guess I would say Mr. Jones is right. The law doesn't allow you to forgive it and say it's not owing, but the law also doesn't require you to spend money, good money after bad, trying to collect on these small debts either.
So we've always been in a catch-22
That's
with
right.
this. Never my intention to forgive it.
Right.
Just clean it up.
Okay.
That's enough of that then.
Okay. And I'll send an email with what Ms. Randolph recommends.
Okay.
I do have a question, Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Mr. Older Winfrey.
Winfrey, the elder.
Elder, excuse me.
Mr. Holder?
And, oh, Lord, I've lost my mind. I've lost my memory on it now.
Will council, since you said there's not a, will council need to make a vote? Or will the auditor help me with that as far as removing it from the balance sheet and just?
I think it'd be
Yes,
best for the council to take a vote on, if we're going to just remove it from the balance sheet completely,
Okay.
I think it'd be better for the council to do that.
I just wanted to clarify that so I could ask the auditor that question.
Okay, so
For
we
your
move
protection,
this.
it'd be better if we vote on it. You couldn't be accused of any malfeasance if we vote on it,
Right, okay, thank you.
won't hurt to do it, will it?
you know.
Okay, thank you.
So we're gonna hold this over till August.
Yeah, that's.
New business, consideration of 3% cost of living increase for Stokesdale town staff. Mr. Foy, I believe, has this one.
It is my item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we budgeted a 3% cost of living adjustment in this year's financial budget. To make this official and ratify it, we would need a vote of the town council. If you look at inflation for the last 12 months, inflation via the CPI number, excluding food and energy, is 3.3% annually. I'm proposing a 3% salary increase effective Monday, July the 15th, 2024. I need to put that into a motion. So I make a motion that we authorize Kim to implement a staff-wide salary increase of 3% effective July 15th, 2024 as a cost of living adjustment.
I'll second the motion. Do we have any discussion?
Only question I'd have, just Kim, just for the record, can we verify that it was budgeted for in FY '25?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rigsby?
If I may,
Sorry.
Mayor.
I gave you an opening. Go ahead.
Okay, this applies to all full-time and part-time employees, Mr. Foy?
Any staff member for the town of Stokesdale? So yes, to answer your question.
Okay, just, you know, some work full-time and some part-time, so I wanted to,
Absolutely.
you know, Gary Machusis, for example, does this apply to him?
Yes, sir, he's one of our part-time employees.
Okay.
We did budget for it in the budget.
Yes, sir.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Public comments from the floor. Anyone like to speak? Everyone's sitting silent, so we'll move on. We're going into a closed session in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11. Permitted purposes, it is policy of the state that closed session shall be held only when required to permit a public body to act in the public interest as permitted in this section. A public body may hold a closed session and exclude the public only when a closed session is required. To consult with an attorney, employed or retained. By the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body. Folks, we're going to go into...
So Mike, what you're doing is you're making a motion to go into closed session for the reasons you've outlined?
I'm sorry, I just moved on. Yes, I hadn't made the motion.
But that's what you were doing, though.
That's what I was doing.
So I'll second the motion. Is that, okay.
Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Now we go into closed session.
You have to see to the end. I don't know, I don't know what the closed session's about.
Well, you sure can't tell from the agenda, can you?
I mean, if they needed me, they would tell me to come in there. Oh, yeah, they don't need me. Oh, shoot. Okay. Got it, Robbie. I'm working on it, except the mics are hot. She's going as far as she can. Hey, Haji. Let me use the mics. Hold on 1 second.
Hey, Mickey, how are you?
Right, okay.
Back on?
Yes.
It's a great speaking voice.
Yeah, what does he do?
That's what I mean by
I don't listen. I should know, because I've met him.
Okay. I make a motion that we call the session back into order.
I'll second the motion, excuse me, Mike.
Aye.
Mr. Ford?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith? Mr. Jones? Okay. We open it up for council comments. Mr. Rigsby?
I'm not going to prolong the night, so I just appreciate everybody coming and stay cool.
Mr. Foy?
Out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Foy?
I've always appreciated the good discussion with this council. I think I appreciate it even more when we do disagree on things. This is probably one of the ABC stores, probably one of the items we've probably disagreed with the most, if my memory collects me. But it just reinforces my position, or what I've always thought, that it's just a pleasure to work with the four of you and conduct business. Obviously when we agree, but when we disagree, because I was just impressed with everybody's delivery tonight, so thank you. As always, thank staff and thank everybody that's hung around for the meeting, and have a good weekend, folks.
Mr. Landrith?
I just hope everybody will think real deep on some of the issues that we're looking at, and really think deep. I've said it plenty of times from up here that we're in a great town. We're not like everybody else. And I'd love to see us stay that way. And I know that we're thinking about revenue and, we're tax-free and all that. But I think there's other ways to get it when we need it. So I hope some of you guys will really think hard.
Mr. Jones?
Well, I would like to ask our citizens to pray for this board as we consider this ABC store issue. I just think it's very important. Not so much maybe for us, but our children. Once we lose that quality of life, it will not be easy to reestablish it. And I'd like to thank the two citizens, Mr. Stevenson and Ms. Lander, for attending this meeting, and they're still sitting here at 10:45, so I wish I had a prize for them. I'd like to thank them, and of course, appreciate staff and Mr. Winfrey. That's it.
I'd like to thank staff. You guys do a fantastic job. Thank you to the audience for hanging in. Mr. Winfrey, thank you for what you do. You, as far as I am concerned, you have been quite an asset. I had very limited experience prior to you, but yes, I'm very pleased. And this council, I don't think I've ever worked with a better group of people. I'm like Mr. Foy. I don't mind the disagreements. We still walk away and we still shake hands and we're still friends. I think that's important. And to Mr. Lander's point and Mr. Foy's point, this thing is important, and it's going to take some major consideration on each of our parts. But good news is, based on the way we voted, we've still got another shot at this thing. So maybe at some point we can come to a better agreement.
Mr. Mayor, I feel like Columbo. One more thing here. I had an opportunity to speak to Heath Clay earlier today over in Summerfield, and he wanted me to convey his thanks to this board for the town of Stokesdale's support during this period with Summerfield's de-annexation and what have you. And he promised to keep us appraised of any new developments, especially anything that might impact the town of Stokesdale. And so I want to pass that along to this board.
Would you identify Mr. Clay for me?
He is a council member with the town of
Summerfield? Very good. Okay. I've got council announcements. The next Stokesdale Town Planning Board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, July 25th, 2024, at 7 p.m. inside the Stokesdale Town Hall. The next regular Stokesdale Town Council meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August the 8th, 2024, at 7 p.m. inside the Stokesdale Town Hall Council meetings. I adjourn this meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have to-
Hey, just let him
What do you mean?
slam that gavel down.
Anybody? Okay.
Declare it.
I make a motion. I don't see why I can't.
I'll make a yeah, I don't either.
I mean, you know, ought to have some
I don't want to
discretion.
go home yet.
Hurry up, Joe.
I've made a motion.
Keep that thing.
I make a motion, Mr. Jones gets to stay and the rest of us get to leave. I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Ms. Foy.
Aye.
Ms. Landrith.
Hey,
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And I am aye.
have too much fun. I don't want to go.
Did you know that? Did you know that?
Yeah.